A presidential hopeful reveals his cabinet.
My cabinet will be filled with honesty, integrity, and real satisfaction. 9 lives. What would you expect from a finicky president?
Vote 9 lives, a more satisfying choice.
Peter, do we ever cover steak with ketchup? Hamburger is steak, chopped steak, so we use
A1 steak sauce.
It makes hamburgers taste like
Steak burgers.
Don't cover it. Discover it with A1.
Sir.
It all started back when I was a kid on Melmac, and my name was Gordon Shumway. Actually, I prefer Alf.
It's new storytelling, Alf.
Say on Melmac, no tabby burger.
He sings, he moves, he tells stories, and even knock-knock jokes, with lots of uproarious cassettes to choose from.
I'll tell you, kiddo, I'm just having too much fun. Ha!
Storytelling Alf. Extra cassettes sold separately. Batteries not included. New from Coleco.
What is the problem?
The new machine is acting up. The bars are bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
What do you suggest?
As your immediate supervisor, I needn't tell you the procedure. Call the boss. That's correct. You only know how much he likes that machine.
It's his baby.
Rules are rules. Call the boss. Correct.
You know, I dedicated that machine to his mother.
I think you were on vacation. He loves it very much.
Any suggestions?
Introducing bigger mounds and bigger almond joy. The chocolate's bigger, the coconut's bigger, everything's bigger.
Alfie, the L's are gone from our alphabet.
Must be Nasty McEvil. Let's get him. Post-alphabet cereal. Part of this nutritious breakfast. It's doggone good.
Now you can play with 2 new Alfie rescue scenes with alphabet stickers.
Nasty, silly man. No, I won't. Here comes Alfie. Ribbit.
1 set of stickers in each specially marked box of post-alphabet cereal.
Come on, you guys. Only a little. Hungry giant.
Hungry for a big honey dash.
Big thing, honeycomb, big thing. Honeycomb, big. Yeah.
Big's not small.
No. Honeycomb time. Big honeycomb. Big clutch. Big fine. Honeycomb cereal. Part of this big, complete breakfast. Honeycomb, big fine.
Stop, evildoers. Introducing super stretching superhero Stretch Armstrong. Yes, Stretch Armstrong. Now stretching fun farther than ever before. He bends, he stretches, even ties and knots, but always returns to his original shape. How'd he do that? He's been doing that since he was a kid. Ooh. Stretch Armstrong from Cat Toys. Who else?
Discover a world beyond your wildest dreams. Discover Atari. Pioneers in coin video games like Centipede, Tempest, and Asteroids that challenge you, excite you, test you like never before. Discover the Atari that opened your eyes to the world's most popular home video games like Space Invaders, Missile Command, and Warlords. Discover the Atari that brought you a home computer truly designed for the home. Sophisticated for advanced needs, yet simple enough for your child to use. Compose music, play advanced games, manage your finances, all at the touch of the button. Discover Atari. And discover how far you can go.
On some Atari Lynx games, you can link up 4 players. But there's only ever one winner. Atari Lynx, the portable video arcade. The Atari Lynx sound quality is so good, it makes every game seem more realistic. Atari Lynx, the portable video arcade.
From the Masters of the Universe collection,
To the battle bones!
the collector case that carries more than warriors, more than weapons. Your parents put it together.
To battle!
Battle Bulbs can also help you carry on the struggle. The struggle for...
All the power in the universe!
The Battle Bones collector carry case from Mattel. Each toy sold separately.
I have a friend with a drinking problem. Maybe you do too. Now her excuse is everyone's doing it. Well, that's not true. Everyone isn't doing it. Think for yourself. Be smart. Don't start.
You're in the big league. When you make a perfect play, you're in the big league. When you keep the team alive, you're in the big league. When you block a start or two, you're in the big league. You're in the big league chew. Big League Chew, man-sized wads of great tasting shredded bubble gum stuffed into a giant Stay Fresh pouch. For Big League flavor and Big League bubbles, it's Big League Chew. You're in the big league. But you're in the Big League Chew.
Hey, how you doing? How are you? Not bad. Hi, I'm kind of hungry. Are you? Yes, that's good, because look over there. What? You see what I see? Whoa, double cheeseburgers. Exactly. Watch this. You're going to like this. Here we go. Coming through, playing through, fellas. Watch your back. What? Got it. Thank. Not bad.
Burger King BK Doubles, featuring the barbecue bacon double cheeseburger and the new salsa double with jalapeno cheese. BK Doubles, only at Burger King.
Aha! Hey, you got it. Congratulations.
Give me that. Give.
I like to keep myself sparkling clean and fresh. Now, if you want all-day freshness, there's this concentrated cleaner called Blue. Just pop Blue in the tank, and every time I flush, I get a Blue detergent rinse that helps clean and deodorize me for up to a month. The tablet dissolves, so there's no dripping mess to remove, and my fingers don't get stained. I tell you, Blue makes me feel brand new. Try concentrated Blue. It's the simplest bowl cleaner yet.
Every time folks eat super fruity bonkers fruit candy, it makes a big hit. Know why bonkers is so super fruity? It's got a chewy fruity outside with an extra fruity inside. Makes me want to eat it up.
Bonkers bonks you out.
Thumb candy.
Remember me? I'm the kid that had a report due on space. Then I got the new Encyclopedia Britannica.
He had a report due on space, and then he got the new Encyclopedia...
I think I made that abundantly clear.
Yes.
Anyhow, here it is. I mean, hey, everybody knows this is the greatest encyclopedia in the world. Help me get a B+.
Why not an A?
Too long. I found so much great information, I put it all in. Overkill. The next report I did was for my science class on the human body. Scored an A.
Good.
Look at this. I always wondered where my mandibula was.
For details on how you can own the new Encyclopedia Britannica...
Let's have that 800 number. Excellent.
Just call this number and we'll send you this free booklet.
Tell them about the gift.
And just for previewing Britannica in your home, we'll give you this 3-volume desk reference set.
This is like having your own research library at home.
Yes. So if you would be interested in owning the new Encyclopedia Britannica...
Don't press. They see the phone number. If they want to, they'll call.
I guess you're right.
Trust me.
Welcome, everyone. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. So, yo, how about that Encyclopedia Britannica commercial? Like, you saw he was sitting in front of a computer, right? That was he's peddling books. Oh, the irony. Oh, that's so funny to me. On top of that, like, can you just imagine like going back in time to anybody around that time, watching that commercial and just being like, well, that's a lot of clutter, all the books, you know? And they'll be like, yeah, but you know, you get so much information. And then you're just like, well, yeah, but I got a phone. They're gonna go, what? Well, I got a phone. You know, I got like an abundance, unlimited information. Like all that and like an infinite amount more than what's in those books. What do you mean? Like, what are you going to call your grandmother and get, you know, a history lesson? Is that what you're talking about? No, we don't use phones to call people anymore. That's not what we use them for. Oh my God. Oh, so yeah, man. I'm past my sad stage and in my angry stage. And so yeah, we're gonna talk about this Tanner Lynn. I already forgot his last fucking name. Who gives a shit? Tanner Lynn Horner. Okay. Yeah, this guy sucks horribly. And there's an abundance of information. There is beyond an Encyclopedia Britannica worth of information on this guy. This guy's all over social media. And and I know some people might be thinking, well, you know, why give this guy attention and blah, blah, blah. Well, because there's still so many fucking assholes out there that want to give the family attention and put blame on them. So this is my way of getting my feelings out on this piece of shit and doing what I can with my platform to distract from the parents and allowing them to grieve in peace right now and deal with this situation and have to deal with arrangements that I hope none of you ever have to make. So that's basically what's going on today here on the Glare. FedEx has a driver and front-facing cameras. Right. Now, here's the thing about that. I don't know if all FedEx contract companies do. Like I said, I have a very close friend of mine that works for FedEx currently. And I know that his job requires him to, I know they have cameras, and his company that he contracts through FedEx or works through as a contractor for FedEx, that company, they still have to do random drug tests. They have to do random drug tests. And that's not even the company's thing. That's a FedEx thing. That's part of the contract. When you think contractor, well, you know, that's because there's a contract. And in that contract clause, all the contractor companies have to randomly drug test their employees. Now, what I think is interesting, a lot of people, I've seen comments where people are saying, well, don't these companies vet their employees? Well, my understanding right now is that FedEx is very understaffed. Most places are understaffed. And if you want your FedEx, you know, that unfortunately they're going to have to start hiring people that are a lot less. I mean, if you think about it, it really doesn't matter. Because from what I understand, he does not even have a criminal record. So any asshole out there in a FedEx truck could be a sick fuck. Any asshole in a UPS truck could be a sick fuck. Any asshole with a semi truck that they own, but they contract themselves in order to pick up loads from large companies and haul them across the country because they're independent trucker contractors. Well, who knows what they're doing on the road? So, you know, to sit there and be like, oh, FedEx this, FedEx that, it's not FedEx's fault. I'm not defending FedEx and being this great company. I don't know. I'm saying when it comes to this situation, there's one person at fault and one person alone, and that is Tanner Lynn Horner. Period. That's it. So I don't even want to see this. I don't want to hear this shit. And for every channel out there that is saying that it's the stepmother's fault and was premature to blame the stepmother publicly, go fuck yourselves. Seriously, you guys suck. Now, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be totally transparent and honest with you. Her stories didn't add up, or maybe her stories did add up and people just put the information out wrong. Nobody thought of that. Shannon Marie, think about it. I apologize. Thank you so much. I apologize for my super chat last night. I was just so damn angry. Wrong place, wrong time. No, that's not your fault. No, I'm grateful for it. I just, Tata Jedi's here just for this comment. Thank God. I'm such a boomer. I couldn't figure out how to turn off my super chats in the middle of the live, and I was really trying to do that. But I appreciate you guys respecting that and just making that live all about Athena. But the whole thing about the stepmom, the whole thing about the stepmom is I don't know. I don't know if the media got the information wrong. I don't know if she was just distraught and didn't really remember that moment as to what happened. I don't know if law enforcement put out the information in the press conference wrong. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe pressers are not the Texas Rangers' strong suit. But you know what? What was their strong suit was capturing this piece of shit and bringing closure to this situation quicker than any case that I've seen in a long time. So I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful to the Texas Rangers and the Wise County sheriffs. This was swift justice, and we'll see. I mean, we're not there yet. We don't know what he's going to plead. There still hasn't been time for an autopsy yet to find out other things, because I notice people are asking me if, and I know what you're implying when you say it, and when you ask, people are asking, well, could there be more charges once the autopsy's done? There can absolutely be more charges once the autopsy's done. I'm hoping that there are no more charges once the autopsy is done. At least nothing that I'm thinking, and I don't even want to say out loud, because I know we're all thinking the same thing. So I'm hoping. I think that what they have on him is enough to put him away forever. Since he confessed and he may plead guilty, he may not even get the death sentence. He may just get life imprisonment. But I don't think they're going to settle for anything less than life imprisonment in the state of Texas. I just don't think that that's going to happen. So yeah, Cherish, that's actually a good point. She's a minor. Don't ask those questions. Let's let her stay innocent. Right. I agree. But if those charges do happen, that's going to become public. Her autopsy is not going to become public. We don't need to see that. We don't need to know that. But if those charges, if they tack on extra charges on him, we're going to know about it. And now I'm going to be honest with you guys. Because of the inconsistencies in the stories, I was talking behind the scenes with other creators, And I said myself, I said, this gives me Gannon stock vibes. I said that, but I didn't say it publicly. That's the difference, because I have a platform and I like to use my platform responsibly. You're allowed to have opinions. Nobody's saying not to have your opinions. But when you spin narratives and publicly, start rumors and perpetuate rumors without anything substantiating those rumors, then what you're doing is potentially victimizing somebody who's already a victim. And make no mistake, Athena's stepmom is most definitely a victim. And now she's a victim of another crime, of being wrongfully accused of something without any evidence publicly. And so we don't need to be talking about her. We don't need to be talking about mom or dad. Dad going on a hunting trip. Dad can't go on a hunting trip. Shut up. I don't want to hear that shit. So as far as I know, there were 2 other small kids in the house. Obviously, the stepmom, she's probably a good mom. I don't want to hear that shit. All these people are real quick to say, oh, well, what was she doing? Why wasn't she watching her kid? Well, the fact of the matter is you can't watch your kid for every single second of the day. You can't. Do you really think that every single missing child is, based on that logic, every single missing child is the parent's fault? Every single missing child is a victim of child neglect first and foremost. I call bullshit. I call absolute 100% bullshit. So, but now that we have somebody, I don't even know what I'm going to go over first. I don't even know what I'm going to go over first. Let's start with his Facebook. You guys want to start with his Facebook? Let's do that. Yeah. This dude, he's a proud dad, apparently. All right. Look at this guy's fucking face, bro. Look at it. And such a cute baby. What a shame. I guess this guy, oh man, I hope I got some of his music. I don't even know what I got. I just got a bunch of shit sent to me. But I don't even know what I got here. But look at this dude. I guess he's a singer. I guess he thinks he's a singer. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see his inspirational quotes here. Let's see what we got here. I truly believe that every single person has to go through something that absolutely destroys them so they could figure out who they really are. Really? So what did you go through once you figured out that you were a fucking child murderer, you piece of shit? What exactly was that? Bro, look at this guy's fucking face, bro. Check out. Listen, I bought this hat, for my kid so that, once they turn 7 years old, they'll be mature enough to wear it. So I guess I'm just going to wear it myself until then. Then he posts the fucking same pic sideways. Oye, órale, I'm a wannabe vato. Bro, who the fuck is that? Because I know that's not him. I know that's not him. That's oh, dude, let's look at some of these comments. Okay, so that's Chester from Lincoln Park. Okay. We need to look at some of these comments. Oh my god, we have to go back. How am I neglecting the comments? Oh my goodness. Dude, we're gonna be here a while, people. We're gonna be here for a minute. Look at this. Danielle Hernandez says baby killer. Gwen Law says psychopath murderer. Oh, all comments. Yes, all comments. I want to see all the comments. Is that all I can see? I guess there's only so many comments. Look at this shit. Now we all know what you are, but you never figured out you were a piece of shit. So this inspirational quote, I truly believe that every single person has to go through something that absolutely destroys them so they can figure out who they really are. And they're like, but you never figured out that you were a piece of shit. I hope prison destroys you, you sick bastard. 7 years old. Rest in peace, sweet angel. I just read that this dude is a murderer, murderer, rotten hell. Wow, well, everyone knows who you are, piece of shit. So nobody gave a fuck about this dude because he doesn't even have any comments unless like the people that were friends with him like went in there and were like, I'm deleting every fucking comment that I'm like unfriending this dude, deleting everything. So these are all just strangers because this guy's all his social media is fucking public. It gives me great pleasure to know that you are going to burn in hell someday, baby killer. So found out you're a child killer. Prisons are going to have fun with you. Your poor child has to grow up now knowing that her daddy is a child murderer. A child is now dead because of you. No fucks towards your welfare to be given in prison for you. Death penalty is what you deserve. What's this say? Friendly reminder. Oh, man. So this is at November 11th. What? Oh, shit. This is interesting. So this is a post right here from 3 years ago. Shay Marie, she says, friendly reminder that Tanner Horner likes to take advantage of drunk 16-year-old girls. Friendly reminder that Tanner Horner is a rapist. This is the 3-year-old. Wow. Okay, that's fascinating. Have you figured out who you are yet? Everyone else already knows. We have figured out who you are. Wow. Okay. I want to find, because these people are rightfully angry, dude. Here's this Shay Marie again here on this picture. Look at this guy's fucking mug, bro. I can't get over his face. He looks. I feel like, I don't know, dude. He looks awful lot like Bullhorn Betty, dude. I mean, they look related, bro. They look related. Tell me they don't look related. I'm not insinuating anything in particular. Just saying they look related. That's all I'm saying. Shay Marie, Tanner Lynn Horner. Tanner Lynn Horner, the man who raped me at 16, 8 years ago, murdered Athena Strand, a 7-year-old. I hope the family gets the justice they deserve. I hope he rots. And I hope that everyone who didn't believe me when I talked about this for 8 years, 8 fucking years, does now. Fuck all of you. I don't blame her, man. Good for her. But that's fucking shitty that nobody would listen to her. And these people here, like these people over here are putting up like at least like nice, sweet pictures of Athena. Like, I hope this guy gets access to his Facebook once he's in prison and he could see all this shit. Like, I hope he does. Okay, yeah, we know all that. Hold on. So here's this dude. He posts this picture of Chester. I don't know what the fuck his last name is. I don't like Lincoln Park all that much. It's tragedy that he died and everything, but I was not a fan. This one says, remember her face when you eat Remember her face when you breathe. Remember her face when you were sleeping. Remember her face when you were awake. Remember her face. You took her life over what? Why that should be you. This lady says Chester hates you. This other person says murderer. Man has come on earth solely to learn. Now God is here for no other reason. This is the true mess. Okay. All right. The irony of the actual Linkin Park song that's being sung in this photo, the audacity to have such a pure soul and song on your page, it all just makes me that much more sick to my stomach. Only thing in common with Chester is that he'll be referred to as a Chester in prison. The boys will love him. And that's that Shea Marie. That Shea Marie is going all over the place. Well, it's not that. It's that other people are sharing that screenshot. So her story's getting around, thank goodness. Chester's father was John Podesta. I don't care about that. Hillary's campaign manager. I don't care about that. He's going to be assuming that position with a similar look. Wish you could have done what he did to yourself. Man, these people are mad. Like, rightfully mad. Wow. And even there, like, let's see, like, what is the date on this picture? May 29th, 2017. So how old is he now? Because that girl looks young. Ugh, gross. Dude, this guy is just a sick fuck. Like, that girl did not look old enough to be sitting at the bar, bro. So, this is this dude's band. What were their names? Their name was Sacred Sound. Dude, is there video of their band? I want to see them perform. I want to see if they're any good. Look at this shit, dude. Dude, when I was in a band, I couldn't fucking stand taking pictures, dude. I hated this shit. You know, having to look like you were in some sort of deep thought. Like, I just wasn't fucking doing that. Ugh, God, this guy fucking is awful. Sacred Sound. Okay, I have to look this up. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta look this up. I mean, it's not a very original name, so there's just so much shit that comes up on YouTube for Sacred Sound. Like, let me see. Let me try Sacred Sound live. No, like this is all like gospel shit. Oh, wait. Maybe? No? I don't know. This might be it. Unless that band name is... No, this isn't them. And whoever this is sucks anyway. All right, give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Here we go, folks. Y'all ready for this? Oh man, I haven't seen this yet, guys. So this is a reaction for me too. So, all right. So this is Tanner Horner's YouTube page. Okay, he's got a whopping 38 subscribers, and let's take a look. Let's take a look at old Tanner here.
By 21 Pilots, starting now on Amazon
Wow.
Music.
So he's gonna do some karaoke. Bro, look at this guy's crib, dude. Like, what are those walls?
Oh, I know how to levitate up on my feet, and ever since the 7th grade, I learned to fire, breathing though I feel the things I felt you can learn to levitate with just a little help.
Bro, listen, that's a grown fucking man right there, dude. That's a grown ass man putting out fucking video of him rapping along to some fucking bullshit top 40 fucking group, bro. Like, what in the fuck, dude? And like, what the fuck? Like, dude, he doesn't even have, look over here. Hold on, look right over here, bro. Dude, why don't you have sheets on your bed, bro? Why don't you have sheets on your bed? Are you crashing? Is he like fucking squatting in a house that's under construction? Look at the shit in the window. Like, what are you doing, dude? And then you like put that shit out on YouTube, like as if you've got some sort of talent.
Levitate with just a little help. Come down. Cowards only come through when the hours late and everyone's asleep. Mind you, now show up. I know I shouldn't say this.
Bro, like, why doesn't he have sheets on his bed? He didn't even have a pillowcase.
Come down. Cowards only come through when the hours late and everyone's asleep. Mind you, now show up. I know I shouldn't say this, but a curse from me was all that I would need right now. Look, danger in the fabric of this thing I made. I probably shouldn't show you, but it's way too late. My heart is with you hiding, but my mind's
You're a grown-up guy.
But they're circling above.
Let's see what else. Okay, that's only so much of that I could fucking. Okay, now he's gonna cover Linkin Park, folks. Wow. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck is going on with his fucking place, bro? Dude, like, that looks like the place of a child killer. I mean, if you ask me, picture a child killer's house, bro. I mean, realistically, I'd be like, well, it could look like anybody's house. But no, like, look at it. Like, if you were gonna write a movie, how would you describe a child killer's house? I would describe it to look exactly like this right here. What? Why does he have ripped up pages of magazines like fucking taped onto his fucking wall, bro? Look, his camera fucking even hates his guts, dude. Look at this shit. It won't even focus. Wow, dude. Dude, like, if this guy would have had any balls, he would have killed himself before killing Athena. Because, dude, damn. Wow. Hey, congratulations, asshole. You're fucking famous now. I wonder how many views it has. Wow. Only 2,000 views? Like, even after the fact? Wow. Oh my God, bro. I can't even with you, bro. I can't even, dude. How old is this video? Let's see when this was put out. 4 years ago. So he had 4 years to fucking give up on his fucking dreams, bro. Enough to fucking hate himself to fucking do God knows what to Athena besides kill her, which I'm hoping did not happen. Why does he have a Beatles poster on his ceiling? Like, is he lying down and fucking jerking off to fucking Paul, Ringo, John, and George? He actually has a pretty good screaming voice. Like, it's not bad as far as screaming, but he can't sing for shit. But he has no presence at all. Like, no expression. If I was at a show, I'd be like, I'm not buying this shit. Why aren't you singing, bro? Where's those fucking vocals, homie? Oh man, this guy probably listens to some of the bands that fucking I know. It just fucking grosses me out. Oh God. Bro, you know he's got neighbors. You know that that's like some fucking part of some house. And they're like, God, I fucking can't stand this dude fucking living here, bro. I can't fucking stand it. Hold on. Dude, we got so much shit here. Hold on. Let's look at his fucking Instagram. Like, there's nothing of his band. Like, I wanted to hear his band. CNC Twitch. All right, let's look that up. No. All right, there is something here, but it's not. It's like a short, but it's not music. Yeah, there's nothing as far as that goes, but let's take a look at his hold on. Ugh. Like, what are you doing to this baby, bro? Like, what are you doing to this baby, bro? And look, comments. This poor baby looks terrified. Gonna die in prison. Just wait till they find. Wow. Yeah, that gym sweats are the best sweats. Like, look at me. Look at me. I did something, bro. Like, you're fucking like you're just full of baby fat. You're just full of a bunch of baby fat. So the slightest movement's gonna make you sweat, homie. Like, seriously. Let's see. I'm not one for the death penalty, but this was a violent crime and there's already more girls coming forward. Repeat offender. He just got away with it up until he was a 7-year-old, till it was a 7-year-old. He is my keeper, won't let me at him anymore, but can someone explain to me why this person is taking up for a child murderer, child rapist, says he knows him from far away back? I have lost all faith in humanity. Why protect this monster? I don't know what they're talking about because I don't see that comment here. You'll have plenty of time to work on your physique in the prison gym. I don't know about that. How you could take that life of that gorgeous little girl is beyond human comprehension. You truly are totally evil and a father as well. Thank God you are locked up and hopefully will never be near a child again. That I can guarantee he's never going to be near another child again. Guaranteed. Look at this fucking guy. I'm eating healthy once, so I have to post it. They don't serve that on death row. There's like one comment here. Hold on. Crazy eyes. Hope someone offs you in prison. You last meal request, I presume. Won't be any gourmet meals where you're going, you animal. No more steak and asparagus for you, pal. Your meals from now on will be tainted with spit and all sorts of other nasties. Too bad he didn't choke on it. That looks like a good choice for a last meal, you monster. Rot. Hope you enjoy your jailhouse meals. You deserve to starve. Can't disagree with any of that shit. Oh my God. What? I think I'm okay. Machine Gun Kelly, Youngblood, Travis Barker. God, dude, this guy has the musical taste of a fucking 14-year-old girl in 1990. Or, well, 99. I don't think you're okay now. Your whole life, you're going to be caged up like the animal you are. You're really not, though. You're sick. You also have a daughter, and you still took the life of a 7-year-old precious little girl. God only knows what you did to her in the hour, and I hope to God they don't release that to the public. I agree. And dude, like, he commented on his own shit, talking about, fuck, I love this progress. What progress, bro? Like, you did not progress into anything. Graduating to child murderer is not progress. It's the worst of regression. This dude says punching bag. This other person says, and blacks and browns are the problem in this country. Get the fuck out of here. White folks are the devil. Shake my head. This guy needs to get the death penalty. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Make it about race. Smart. Rotten hell, you child murderer. Dead meat. Don't drop the soap. Wow. I'm surprised that's the first don't drop the soap comment that I've seen. You all are pathetic. It amazes me that what Instagram chooses to delete and keep. Stalking a man's pics and posting on his baby pics is just sad. You all should be ashamed. Shut the fuck up. This guy shouldn't have fucking killed the kid. Get the fuck out of my face with your high and mighty bullshit. 9 months ago, 280 pounds, blah, 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 blah. You will have plenty of time to work on your physique in the prison gym. Disgusting. I hope that the inmates give justice to this innocent girl's family. The system will let him sit in jail, eating and sleeping. Wow. The face of a nasty child-killing monster. Bro, look at this guy's fucking mug, bro. Like, I can't express how much I hate his fucking face. Like, I could tell that I wouldn't even like this guy, like, before I would have find out that he was a child murderer. I could tell. There's nothing about this dude that I could ever relate to. Ugh, gross, bro. Let's read the comments on that one. Suffer, demon possessed, sick fuck. Honey, I hope you aren't with this trash any longer. Well, we know that he isn't. Or she isn't. Someone wrote fuck stain. That's a classic. Fuck stain. I don't know if it was okay to say or if it won't let me post. Sorry. Bitch. Rotten hell. God, look at this guy, bro. Again, somebody says fuck stain. I wonder if it's the same guy. Yep, same guy says fuck stain. Animal. You didn't have to kill that little girl. I hope they rape you every day in prison. Maybe you can go give singing lessons in prison, you child killer. No, bro. Like, did you hear him sing? It's awful. Maybe you could be the lead singer of a death row band. Monster. Sacrificing kids for fame. Child killer. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's possible that. Let me look at chat here for a second because I can't see chat while I'm going through this stuff. So, like, if I missed anything, I apologize. Well, I missed everything, so sorry. Oh, you know what, Crystal? You're right. You are blocked for saying stupid shit in here. Yeah, we're not blaming parents here, folks. We don't do that here. Not when they're innocent. That stepmother is, make absolutely no mistake. Oh, okay. Heels in the air. I already took care of it. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure there's a GPS on his delivery truck. He had a GPS on him. That's another thing is these guys, all these drivers, I know my buddy does, they have like an iPad that's specifically connected to, I mean, how else do you monitor that they're doing their job? You know what I mean? So if there's not a camera in there, at the very least, he has a very trackable iPad that, which I'm sure, I mean, if he used his FedEx truck, people are saying this is not the first time he did this, and it's possible that there's likely other victims and that he just never got caught. I don't know about that because if he was stupid enough to use his FedEx truck in the process, that's pretty dumb because you could easily be tracked just with that iPad that they give you, just with that tablet that they have to carry around. So I don't know why. Yeah. That's about as stupid as you can fucking get. Well, I mean, even if you're a contractor for FedEx, you're not delivering FedEx packages without something with a FedEx logo on it. You're still representing FedEx. It's like, okay. Let's say there's a Domino's pizza, right? Let's say there's a Domino's pizza, okay? You have a Domino's, which is a corporate Domino's, and there are corporate locations, corporate stores, corporate-owned Domino's, right? But most of the Domino's that you will ever walk into are franchise-owned, which means that somebody who meets the requirements of having been, I think, a general manager for about 2 years, something to that effect. And you have to have an immaculate line of credit on top of that. And you have to have something else. You have to have a certain amount per capita. So you basically just have to be, you have to be able to make sure that you can cover anything and be held liable if you don't live up to the Domino's brand in your store. So you're basically paying to use the Domino's brand, but you have to buy commissary, all that shit. But you're making all of the profits from that location if you're a franchisee, and you can buy as many as you can afford, as many locations as you can afford, as long as they're for sale. That's basically what these other companies are to FedEx. These contractors, they pay to be able to use the FedEx name and deliver FedEx, and but they deliver strictly FedEx packages sent through FedEx. So, but but those independent companies make the profit. So yeah, you know, in order to get the kind of service that you could get and make sure, like, if you get an overnight package from FedEx, well, the reason why that's almost guaranteed that you're going to get that overnight is simply because it's simply because there's so many other outside contractors. I don't understand the question, Ted, Jedi. Right. Basically, right. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, apples and oranges, but not really. You know what I mean? Like, uh it's just a way for everyone to make more money and to provide that service, a guaranteed service. Yeah, like nobody commented on this dude's shit. Like, let's see. I'm not trying to come at you. However, I don't know what the original comment said, but I'm not trying to come at you. However, I think you misunderstood her comment. She isn't defending him when she says, I think they know that, is her implying that it should be obvious that the people who are involved with him and familiar with him on a daily and personal level are very much aware. The bandmates don't need to be harassed or mocked. Why is that? Because from the outside looking in, seemed like a typical person. This POS had a job, regular 9-to-5 job with FedEx, which involves an extensive application process, including interview, which was probably at least 2 interviews, which involves an extensive application process, including interview, which was probably earned with a decent application references, followed by a background check, which includes criminal activity, driving offenses, drug test. He was in a band. He was a fucking father himself. So from the outside looking in, those things show character of a pretty typical young man, but it doesn't truly show the character within. Monsters hide in plain sight. He is a sick, twisted sociopath individual who put up this facade for a very long time, probably since the time where he started having these thoughts and desire to follow through with this kind of act. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and the only one responsible for his actions are him and his sick, twisted mind. Rest in peace, Athena. May her young soul rest in peace, Angel. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's these guys' fault. You know how hard it is to find a decent singer? Like, and if you're looking for a vocalist who can scream the way that he did, you're just going to put up with certain shit. Like, he was probably the fucking dude in the band that everybody was just like, you know, where he was just like, you guys want to hang out after practice? And they're like, nah, dude, we can't. I got to get home. Sorry. So, but, you know, just because they were in a band, it doesn't mean that they hung out together and were buddies. You know, you put out a fucking ad somewhere and say you're looking for a vocalist. You have a vocalist come in and try out, and you're playing hard metal, and you need somebody who can scream and scream consistently. That's not an easy thing to find. And you're probably going to put up with somebody's shitty personality as long as they get the shit done, and you just put boundaries on your personal relationship with them. So yeah. And if he's a drummer as well, that's rare. Because it's really difficult to find a good drummer too. And a drummer who's consistent, stays interested, puts in just as much. I mean, it's a hard thing having a band, man, because on the one hand, it's like you have at least 3 people that, well, let's say 2, at least 2 people, because I like a band called Big Business a lot, and they're just a duo, and they're amazing. But you have to have at least 2 people that feel just as passionate and just as enthusiastic about the music that you're making. It's not an easy thing to find, much less 4 people that I see in this picture. So to find 4 people to be on your wavelength and everybody be on the same wavelength to put out music and argue and finally come to some agreement on how the music should sound, because again, everybody is just as passionate as the other. It's not an easy thing to find. It's not an easy synergy to put in a bottle and capture. So why these guys were in a band with this guy could be any reason other, but I'm going to chalk it up to, well, he had a good screaming voice, and I'll leave it at that. They probably just put up with whatever the fuck else. And look, he's got to be up front. Dude, look at this guy's, like, 4 likes. Scarlet Summer, thank you so much. I appreciate that super sticker. Let's see what else we got. Five facts you need to know about Tanner Lynn Horner. Yeah. Hold on a second here. Okay. Tanner Lynn Horner is the FedEx driver accused of abducting and murdering 7-year-old Athena Strand in Paradise, Texas. Authorities released the suspect's name in December 2nd, in a December 2nd, 2022 news conference. He's a former Uber driver and drummer who plastered his social media pages with photos showing him holding a newborn. We're sad it didn't end the way we hoped it would, Wise County, Texas Sheriff Lane Aiken said, confirming that the child was murdered. The suspect's full name is Tanner Lynn Horner. The sheriff said the Horner confessed. The arrest marked the end of a 2-day-long search for the little girl, who authorities say was abducted from her driveway, according to Facebook posts from her mother. Athena was last seen alive at her father's house in Paradise, Texas, at approximately 5:30 p.m. on November 30th, 2022. An Amber Alert was issued. Here's what you need to learn, what you need to know about Tanner Horner. 1, Tanner Horner described himself as an Aspie and metalhead musician on Facebook. The sheriff confirmed Athena's body was discovered. Aiken called the investigation a monumental task. Some of the answers discovered were not some of the answers that he would have hoped to have gotten, Aiken said. Her body was recovered about 2 hours ago, maybe 6 miles in that direction. It hurts our hearts to know that the child died, Aiken said. The child's body was on the way to the medical examiner's office. He said there's a Texas Ranger in front of her and there's a Texas Ranger behind her, says Aiken. This community does not like losing our children. Where's number 2? All right, we already know all of this stuff. He wrote that he was a former drummer at Walmart who worked at Buried Alive and was a former drummer at Albertsons. What? Oh my God, dude. Tanner, can you come to aisle 3? Yeah, hold on. Okay. Spaghetti sauce, hold on. That's what he was doing. Aisle 3, bro. A former drummer at Albertsons and Walmart. Really, dude? Like, why not just say, you know, I was a cashier or stock boy? You know, that's honest work. There's nothing wrong with that, dude. Like, were you like rocking out? Like, you were rocking out at Walmart? It's like, I'm a drummer at Walmart, dude. Like, he's sitting there stocking shit with his earbuds in. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Crawling in my skin. These peas belong next to corn. This dude is unfucking believable, bro. On Instagram, he referred to himself as vocalist of Commit and Conquer, acoustic as Ligma. People have filled up his social media pages with angry comments. I'm sexy and I know it, Horner wrote with one selfie posted on Instagram using the name CNC Twitch, burning in hell. Athena's mom wrote, please help me find my daughter. That's number 2. Yes. So all you guys giving mom shit, shut up. I'm not going to go over all the details. We already know everything that happened with Athena. We're here to drag Tanner. Let's see. Tanner Lynn Horner, who was accused of being a rapist in 2019 Facebook post, made a delivery near the girl's house, the sheriff said. The FedEx driver made a delivery in front of the house about the same time as 7-year-old Athena went missing. Aiken said she was abducted from her own driveway. He said the driver abducted Athena. The sheriff said, we think Athena died within the very hour or so after the departure from her home. We all heard that press conference, dude. Like, I can't with this guy, bro. There's the I'm sexy and I know it pic right there. Like, all right, ladies, drink it in, ladies. Drink it in. This guy fucking is so gross, bro. In 2019, a woman wrote on Facebook, which I showed earlier, friendly reminder that Tanner Horner is a rapist. In the comment thread, another woman said that he drove for Uber, a transphobic rapist in a pop punk band. What a shocker, added another. The woman who wrote the post, Tanner Lynn Horner, the man who raped me at 16, 8 years ago, murdered Athena Strand, 7-year-old girl. I hope that the family gets the justice they deserve. I hope he rots, and I hope that everyone who didn't believe me when I've talked about this for 8 fucking years does now. Fuck all of you. Number 4, Horner, who used to be a driver for Uber, is being held on a $1.5 million bond. We already know that. And I'm getting a lot of questions about that. I see in my comment sections, people say stuff about, you know, how could they possibly give him bond? Blah, 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 blah. Well, everybody gets the chance to get bond. You know, I'm sure that whether or not he is, based on what his resources are like, weigh into whether or not he was granted bond and how much. I'm sure that it was also. Hold on, I got to turn my heater on because I'm cold. Oh, I can't. I gotta wait. I'm sure that you know, whether or not he's a flight risk is determined. The severity of the crime is determined. And he has to come up with 10% of that. So he's not coming up with $150,000. And I don't, by the looks of his living conditions, I don't think there's anybody out there willing to put up their house for this guy. So I don't think a guy who lives in conditions like he lives in, doesn't even have sheets on his mattress. This guy is not, this guy doesn't have anybody out there willing to vouch for him. I'm willing to bet. And I don't think no, chaotic artist. I said I like big business. He wouldn't know anything about big business. His music is too shitty. His music taste is too shitty. But yeah, he has to come up with $150,000 to get out of jail, and I don't think this dude has ever seen $150,000 in his life. So, yeah, that's not going to happen. So, you know, all of us freaking out about the fact that he got bail, I don't think we should be freaking out about it. I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it matters. And then number 5, Horner, who wrote "fuck everyone else" on his Instagram page, will be charged with capital murder. So yeah, so he's being charged with capital murder. I don't know, and I mean, they're probably just going to give him the death penalty regardless. I think the people of Texas absolutely will demand it. And I want to be clear about this here. Aiken said that Horner will be charged with capital murder. Horner did not know Athena's family or the child, the sheriff said. According to CBS News, Athena's stepmother reported her missing after the stepmother and child argued. She looked for Athena for about an hour and then called authorities. The father was not home, CBS reported. And Horner wrote on Instagram in 2018, this is interesting. I don't understand how people are okay with themselves knowing they emotionally destroyed someone. In another post, he wrote, "Fuck love. Love gets you hurt. Guard yourself and fuck everyone else." Who even gives a fuck anymore? Jesus Christ. Because it's way more fun that way. Because it's kinky, BDSM, spank, ew. I mean, I'm not kink shaming anybody at all. I'm the last person to do that, I promise. But this dude is just visualizing this guy in that environment is just grossing me out. You know what I mean? Like, people, this is why if you're on social media and you post things like that and you start posting your personal shit and you start, you know, with your fucking, with your memes that have these inspirational quotes saying that I'm a warrior and I've lived through it all. And if you can't accept me if you can't take the worst of me, then you can't handle the best of me. Or no, how does it go? If you can't handle the worst of me, you don't deserve the best of me. If you're one of these fucking people and you're getting like fucking 2 likes on that shit and you have like 500 friends, that's because you're freaking people out. You know, like, I mean, my man right here, you know what I'm saying? Like, this dude, nobody was fucking like, they were already, the vibe of this dude's weirdness was already there. And they were just like, you know, I'm not going to say he's a child killer, but I'm just going to keep my distance. You know what I mean? Like, he's that kind of dude. Hold on a second here. What else we got? Check out another article here.
Heartbreaking end to a 2-day search for a missing 7-year-old girl. Late last night, we learned search crews found the body of little Athena Strand. Now, she was last seen just more than 48 hours earlier in the town of Paradise. That's in Wise County, west of Denton. Her entire community came together to find her, hoping for a different outcome. This is a difficult story, but here's what we know this morning. Police got a tip yesterday about Athena, and that, along with their own investigating, led them to 31-year-old Tanner Lynn Horner, the driver of that FedEx truck who was delivering a package to Athena's home. Now, he's now in custody, charged with abducting and killing the young girl. The sheriff's office says he confessed and told them where to find the body. Horner is being held on a $1.5 million bond.
It was a monumental task, and because of the cooperation, because of us working together, we were able to get the answers. Some of the answers were not the answers that we would have hoped that we would have gotten. It hurts our hearts to know that that child died. So much so that she is on her way now to the medical examiner's office, and there's a Texas Ranger in front of her, and there's a Texas Ranger behind her.
As you can imagine,
I
the
love
sheriff
this
says
guy,
Athena's
man.
family is angry and in utter disbelief. Now, this morning, FedEx shared this statement about the tragedy, saying, "Words cannot describe our shock and sorrow." The company offered condolences to the family and says it's cooperating fully with this investigation. Now, there are still a lot of questions about the suspect, why this happened, and how the community will honor Athena. We'll be working throughout the day to bring you those updates.
Good morning again. Nice to see the recent rain here in North Texas. Of course, a lot of that fell over the Thanksgiving holiday, but it was good and it was soaking, and so that helped us out with the lake levels. You know, last weekend, it was kind of right after Thanksgiving. All that runoff hadn't quite happened just yet. So when I showed them, we didn't really see a whole lot of effects just yet from that recent rain. But now that it's been...
All right, hold on. All right, so it says Horner was working as a contract FedEx truck driver, had been delivering a package to Strand's family home when she was allegedly abducted. Records show he is from Fort Worth, which is about 30 miles south of where Strand's body was found. FBI acting agent in charge, Jim Dwyer, and authorities believe Strand died only about an hour after being abducted based on digital evidence and statements gathered while interviewing Horner. They said they had known that the FedEx driver visited the house the day Strand went missing, but that the investigation pointed to Horner after a tip and good police work. Horner is the lone suspect authorities believe responsible in the case, Aiken said. He did not have any relation or connection to the family. Records show Horner was also at times an Uber driver, but had not driven using the Uber app in months, according to a company spokesperson. This incident is not connected to the Uber platform, the company said. Spokesperson also said Horner has been banned from the platform. Interesting. Horner is being charged with capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. He is booked into the Wise County Jail, and his bond at this time is $1.5 million. Yeah, I mean, I've got a few other articles here, but I mean, they all basically say the same thing. They all basically say the same thing. I still want to look over his Facebook a little bit more, though. I mean, it doesn't look like he posted a lot since 2018. The last post is the most recent post is August 29th, 2021. So well over a year since his last Facebook post. And apparently he was married in 2018, according to, like, he's got one of those married Nicole. I don't want to say her last name. None of this is her fault. Like, yeah, basically just a bunch of pictures with this girl. In a complicated relationship, March 17th, 2016. In a relationship, July 7th, 2016. And like some stupid band pick. I'm just going through this because like I don't want to like show anybody unnecessarily if I have to, if I can help it. You know, I mean, his Facebook page is public, so I mean, it's not like I'm doxing anybody. It's out there. Like, bro, I just can't stand this dude's fucking face, bro. Like, I just can't fucking stand his face. This person commented, I wonder how long you've dealt with wanting to hurt kids. It's like you could see it in your eyes. I can't argue with that. Trying to see other posts. I don't want to see all those comments though. I just want to get to the next post. Yo, people are like just roasting this guy in these comments. Like, the most triggering for people are the pictures of him with a baby. Hold on, I just saw Patricia Sell 2 Facebooks. I don't know if he has 2 Facebooks. Maybe. Ultra Dark CEO, thank you. And thank you, Patricia Sell. Better read Cherry's email quick or sleep with one eye open. Oh yeah, I know. She sent an email through. I guess I'll go check on that. Let me see. Calm down, people. Calm down. More Tanner picks. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I mean, this looks to me like come on. Here we go. Yeah, I've seen this one of him playing drums, but this looks like a doorbell cam pick. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you so much. Prayers for the family. You are a blessing in this world. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Sister Sherry doing stuff. Thank you. Can we get more info regarding the creamer? It's sugar-free. It's Delight French vanilla, sugar-free. So that's about the best I can give you. Now there's another new email troll. Really? Hold on. Let me show this pic real quick. One thing at a time, Cherry. No, not that. Not that. Yeah, so there's that pic. So that's I don't know if that's near the property. I don't know what the nature of this picture is, but he's obviously at work and he's in his work uniform and he's walking back to his FedEx truck. Hold on. All right. So let me take a look at this real quick. Okay. So okay. I mean, this looks like an old pic, and I don't know what the ticket for the show is. Can I zoom in on that and see? Yeah, there's no way to make that out. I mean, look how creepy this fucking guy is, bro. Look, and he's got a little kid with him. And I mean, I don't know what that ticket is for, but I'm curious. Look how gross this guy is, bro. Um, oh, wait. A little bit more recent stuff, but this is his other Facebook. No, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Let me get rid of that one. All right. Yo, these people need to unfriend this fool like quick. So like this, like really, bro? Like people who think shit like this is clever, I just can't relate to them. Like, if you're going to make me out to be something I'm not, it'd be cool if you make me a dragon. Thanks. Motherfucker got 3 likes. Lead the pack, bro. Lead what pack, bro? Nobody likes you. Look at this guy's got no likes, no comments on this shit. And then, you know, the few people that like this Chester dude in Lincoln Park, fucking, you got 6 likes on it, 2 shares. I'm not a person you should put on speakerphone ever. You're not a person that should be put in society ever. Yo. Ew. Oh, dude, really? There you go, Cherry. Oh my God. Sweats for vets. Look at this old school fucking flyer, bro. Fort Worth, Texas. Dude, and all these metal bands, dude, like they all like have like the same font for their fucking band, and it's so weird. The story so far, I don't know what that is. I guess it's a band. That's it for the pictures. Let's see what his posts are. Oh, and another relationship, October 26, 2019. Yeah, I guess he just posts fucking pics. Started a new job at Commit and Conquer. That's not a job, bro. Being in a band is not a job unless you get paid for it. And most of the time, when you're in a band, you have to pay the house. And if you don't have people coming back, and like you still have to pay the house, you know, like if you don't have enough people showing up and paying a cover charge at the door, yeah, you're fucked, buddy. Like that shit's coming out of your pocket. Wow. There were no comments on that one. There were no comments on that one. I don't think. I don't know. I'll look again. But I didn't see any comments. Like, I don't think too many people know about this one. I'll bring it up one more time. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing any. You see, there's like one girl was like, "You in tonight?" Whatever the fuck that means. Like, did you really bring women over to that fucking, like, you fucked girls on a bed with no fucking sheets on it, dude? And like, he commented on his own shit. Yeah, like, dude, you and Austin decided y'all can go? Sweet. Yeah, this is just people that he knows commenting. Like, I don't think the public has really gotten a hold of this one yet. So, yeah, there's no real comments on that one. Yeah, this dude totally sucks, bro. Yeah, that's all we got on old Tanner. Fucking, we know that he was a drummer for Albertsons and Walmart. Okay, dude. Like, he clearly had like insecurities about his station in life, you know, like that's the impression that I'm getting. Anybody who, like, I mean, obviously he wasn't a very clean person. He wasn't he wasn't proud of himself. He didn't take pride in his living conditions in the slightest bit. And he clearly had issues with his station in life because he's just trying to like do his best to like I need someone to see. I need someone to see and hear, you know, like, and just singing along to shit, you know, in the privacy of his fucking little fucking garage place that he lived in. And, you know, and yeah, I'm not shitting on anybody, you know, like I've lived wherever I needed to live, man. You know, in my years, I've lived wherever I needed to go. It's the way that is. But I mean, I had sheets on my bed. You know what I mean? I had sheets, you know. I just don't understand. And yeah, working for FedEx is a straight job, dude. Like, it's hard work, it's stressful, it's long hours, especially during the holidays. It's not easy. But you know, it pays well. And especially now, if he's working for FedEx now, he's getting paid well because they're short drivers. They need people. Everybody's paying more than they normally would due to inflation and due to the fact that nobody wants to work. I've got words. Thank you. Someone mentioned BHB was live earlier in Fruitland regarding Michael Vaughn. Yeah, I'm going to go over that too. I'm not jumping off here just yet. We'll hang out a bit, guys. Well, FedEx is an awesome company to work for, but the contracting companies, that's a different story. I don't know. I don't know how much better working for FedEx is. I know that, like I said, like in food industry situations, you know, it's better to work for a corporate store than a franchise store. But you know, because the franchises are paying royalty fees besides having to pay for commissary and all that other shit. They're paying royalty fees as well to use the name of the company. So it's expensive. So they're going to cut back on labor costs, and they're going to cut back on food costs. You know, it's just how that is. Oh, he has a TikTok. Please tell me he has a TikTok. Please, sweet dear baby Jesus. Dirty folks get scabies. Ew. Yeah. If Cherry would ever make herself useful for once, I'll get that TikTok for you guys and we'll watch it. We all got scabies and JDH. What's JDH? And why you all got scabies? Sister Sherry doing stuff. What's going on where you're at, bro? Why are you all getting scabies? Go Find Me says, I work for FedEx Freight, 18-wheelers, do billing, no contractors. Nice. It's probably a great job. You're probably doing very well for yourself. You're probably stressed to the gills, but you're probably doing very well. Shit, did my fucking... No way. I'm going to charge these earbuds for a minute. Wow. While we wait. Because I think they're dying. Juvenile detention hall and is dirty as fuck. Ask the staff why they don't keep it more sanitary. Yeah, like, I mean, if you're trying to rehabilitate kids, bro, like, at least keep it clean. You know what I mean? You know, or make them clean it. You know what I'm saying? Like, make the prisoners clean it. Teach them a little something. Teach them to take pride. You know what? I don't understand that. Like, uh-oh. Cherry came through for once. Yo, hello. I know I sent it. Why hasn't it come through? Oh, here we go. Does he even have anything in here? Like, all right. Yeah, he doesn't even have anything in here. Like, there's no content. He has a TikTok, but there's no content. Let's see who he's following, though. Can we see who he's following? I mean, he's following just like your basic famous people. How many followers did he have? Let me see that. He had 97 followers, but he didn't put in a bio. He didn't put yeah. Okay, hold on. We got something else here. I mean, he's just following anybody who's famous, it looks like. Jamie Lee Curtis, Bill Nye, Katy Perry, Tom Brady, Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake, Jack Black. I mean, yeah, no, I have a link to another one, it looks like. 1 second, folks. Okay. Hold on. Oh, that just says murderer.
What are you doing?
Oh my God.
What are you doing?
Dude. It's like girl's laughing at him and like he's playing jack shit too. Like he's fucking whatever that riff is, like he's sitting there fucking like with distortion. Like that dude fucking sucks. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. She sounds really young. Yeah. She definitely sounded young. Oh. He put it on private? How did he put it on private? Like, I mean, he didn't put his Facebook or Instagram on private. You probably just forgot about his Instagram or Facebook because he doesn't post shit on it like lately. All right. So that's it for Tanner. Let's see what old Betty's up to because I'm getting a lot of activity coming from her. Oh fuck. Okay, so oh my god, this is gonna be annoying. This is just gonna piss me off. She says, too much going on. Idaho 4.
Cheese lovers rejoice.
Idaho 4. Michael Vaughn. Athena Strand. Too much going on. Okay, so like she's still in fucking Idaho, which is really annoying. I thought she left, but she left Moscow, so oh, and she has no internet, apparently. Because that's her, not me. It's just so you know. Like, what?
Kids. That's going to be coming out in the coming future as to what really happened. I don't believe this is somebody that is their friend. I don't believe this is an entanglement, boyfriend type of thing. I literally, the minute I walked there, I knew better. I knew much, much, much better that this was something.
Like, and she was warned. She was warned, people. She was warned by Brandy, Michael Vaughn's mother. She was warned to not come out there. Like, she put that shit in a video. She doesn't want YouTubers going out there. And then she tried to say that she told the reporter in Moscow that they were friends. They're not friends. They're not friends at all.
Probably longer than that, but we'll say 60 feet because that's what I read. Haven't been there. And people are like, well, I can't believe the stepmom let her go. And there's a difference, if it was a mom or a dad, I don't know if I would change my position on this, but in families, you have disagreements and kids run off to their favorite little spot on the property and chill out, calm down, and come back in the house later.
Dude, look
usually they're coming back in and they
all
forgot
her
everything.
tags, bro.
Happy, right? At that age, it's like they get mad, they throw a temper tantrum, and a few minutes later, they're back to being themselves. You have to understand that I'm sure this wasn't the first argument or altercation that the stepmom and the child got into. And I'm pretty sure this child has run out of that house.
Like, why? Listen, before I get into the stupidity that's coming out of her mouth, why all these tags? Like, and so many she's tagged me too. She didn't tag me in this one. At least I don't see it, but she tags Molly Golightly, Ickadmel, Ryan Upchurch, 10 to Life, Dolly Vision, Chronicles of Olivia, Justice for All, House of Williams, Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates. Like, she tags all these people and yet has the audacity to talk about creators like me or Toast, saying that we're making money off her back. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Many times in the past in the same fashion and has always come back within, 15, 20, 30 minutes. So no fashion.
What?
Because that's what I read. Haven't been thinking about a long, long driveway. And probably longer than that, but we'll say 60 feet because that's what I read. Haven't been there. And people are like, well, I can't believe the stepmom let her go. And there's a difference, if it was a mom or a dad, I don't know if I would change my position on this, but in families, you have disagreements and kids run off to their favorite little spot on the property and chill out, calm down.
In Betty's family, you have beatings that you're subject to if you're not her.
come back in the house later, and usually they're coming back in and they forgot everything that even happened, right? At that age, it's like they get mad, they throw a temper tantrum, and a few minutes later, they're back to being themselves. You have to understand that I'm sure this wasn't the first argument or altercation that the stepmom and the got into. And I'm pretty sure this child has run out of that house many times in the past in the same fashion and has always come back within, 15, 20, 30 minutes. So no big deal. And the stepmom is, probably thinking, I haven't seen her back. She's usually back by now. And I'm pretty sure that at that point, that's when fear set in. And when
dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Realized that something more was going on, she notified law enforcement. I truly believe that.
You see what she's doing here? You see what she's doing here? Like, she's over there. She's trying to like reinvent herself slowly. But you can't do that, Betty, without taking accountability for your past behavior. It's never going to happen. Nobody's buying this shit. When you don't take accountability for your past behavior, Betty, everybody is automatically going to assume that you are in this for the same reasons that you were in it before. Plain and simple. So you're sitting here and you're about to sit here and criticize people for jumping down the throat of the stepmother and throwing blame at the stepmother. Okay, fair enough. Great. Good for you. But that means shit coming from you when you don't take accountability for what you did. Before I even continue with this, just want to see the timestamp on this. All right. Before I even continue with this, I want to play you guys something that I watched today that I thought was spot on, man. I thought it was fantastic. Now, Chasing Truth is a wonderful creator. She's very, very logical. She's a friend of the channel. And she put out this video earlier today. And I really couldn't have said it better myself.
I've said a couple of times how much Athena's story reminded me of Summer Wells. And it couldn't possibly remind me more than this morning. Because it turns out Athena's stepmother is not guilty at all. We looked at those maps together, rural, just like Summer Wells, and all these trees. And this long driveway and all of that stuff, right? And you're thinking, well, it couldn't have been a stranger. I mean, people certainly went over to her page just like they did with Candace and attacked and said the most horrible things. And it turns out it's a FedEx driver. So I read something this morning from Bob who said, was there a delivery driver in the Wells area that day? And everybody's reminded of the red truck. And wasn't it supposed to be some kind of local delivery person who reported on the red truck? Did they put in enough work to vet that and see what that delivery driver was doing that day? I don't know. What I do know is that there were live stream after live stream, post after post on Facebook and on YouTube about how horrible the stepmother was. Can you fucking imagine how she feels right now, knowing that the argument that she had with Athena caused Athena to walk away and gave enough time for this fucking monster to take her? And people will say, well, it's not the same situation, Chasing, because...
And the chances of that, think about that for a second. Think about, I mean, what a fluke, man. That is like 1 in a billion chance that they have this argument. She walks out of the house in a very rural area And a FedEx driver, of all people, scoops her up and takes her from her own driveway. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, people. There's no way. Like, if I lived in an area like that, I would let my kids play outside. I'd be like, go outside and play. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very, it seems like a safe area. It's crazy to me, you know? Can you just imagine what this stepmother's going through? And in regards to BHB sitting here and acting like, oh, well, you know, people are looking at the stepmother and blah, blah, blah. Dude, the only reason that you're not throwing accusations at that woman is because you jumped on the bandwagon of this case after they found her, Betty. After they found her and cleared the stepmother. And you found out that this guy confessed. That's it.
The Wells are guilty. Are they? They had Don in jail for a really long time. Didn't everybody predict that he was going to...
Okay, she's talking really low. I'm sure that there's a good reason for that. But she's saying, like, everybody thought Don and Candace were guilty. And Don's been in jail for, I don't even know how long at this point. Summer's been missing for going on a year and a half now.
Flip on Candace, and Candace was going to flip on him. And
right. Don's been in jail, and Candace was supposed to flip on Don while he was in jail, and Don was supposed to flip on Candace while he was in jail, and that never happened. It never happened.
Case that finally be cracked. None of that happened. But wasn't he going to Utah to prison forever? Also didn't happen.
Also didn't happen.
Is it because
he never went to Utah to prison in Utah? Didn't happen.
Lack of energy by the police? Is it?
And she's saying, is there a lack of energy by the police? No. We saw all the efforts that law enforcement put in. But we also saw channels like Bullhorn Betty, Molly Golightly, Jonathan Lee Riches, Chronicles of Olivia, absolutely and totally obstructing an investigation and interfering with it and tampering with potential witnesses and suspects. That's exactly what they did. And the TBI publicly, in their last press conference that they held, blamed social media for that. They weren't going to outright blame them and say that it was them, but we all know who it was. Anybody with common sense knows that it was them. And thanks to them pimping that tragedy, we may never know what happened to Summer.
That people didn't make enough noise? I mean, what is it? What makes Summer's case different? Did they just not do enough in those first days? I think they did.
See, I get that. I actually went over this earlier. You're saying I agree the online speculation did not help. I low-key wondered about stepmom too, based on how the family and cops were presenting shit. I low-key wondered about it too, but key word there, low-key. That's the key word. I'm glad that you specified that, low-key. You see what I'm saying? You low-key wondered. We all low-key wondered. I texted with people in private going, man, I don't know, man. I'm getting Gannon stock vibes here. I absolutely did that. Nobody's saying not to speculate. We're just saying if you have a platform, be responsible with it. That's all I'm saying. We all look at things and we look at the facts of these cases and we think certain things might seem sus. But even when I was talking to people in private, I was just like, look, man, I'm getting these stock vibes, but I'm going to tread super lightly, man, because don't have enough information yet. You know what I mean? Like, nothing wrong with speculating, But doing it publicly with a large platform, that victimizes potential people. Or it potentially victimizes people. It's a better way to put it. Because this poor woman feels awful right now. It's Shane Carey all over again.
But it could have been something like this, something just like this, that nobody in the world would have expected. I didn't expect Athena's case to end this way.
I didn't either.
No way in the world. But it did. Are people going to go apologize?
And so
to
quickly,
this stepmother
too.
right away? I mean, I don't think we should hold our breath on that because, you know, like I've always said, there has to be an enemy, somebody to attack, right?
Yep. There's always got to be somebody to attack. There's always got somebody to blame. You know, oh, well, I that person looks sus. Everybody has to say that shit in their little comment threads in their Facebook groups and shit. That person looks so sus. Like, you know what you're doing with that little comment? Like, you're posting it on a public platform, and then impressionable idiots see a majority of people saying that shit, and then they jump on that bandwagon and perpetuate it that much more. And then idiots start fucking putting out these people's personal information. And then their lives are ruined on top of the fact that they just lost somebody that they love.
And this poor lady was it.
And she asked a good question there. She asked, are people going to apologize to her? Probably not. I doubt it. Because the same type of people that are quick to do that shit, they don't give a fuck about anybody. And so they don't do anything. Yeah, see, this thing, this video, 7 hours ago. This is well after Athena was found, and this press conference, a whole night went by. A whole night went by before Betty starts speculating on the Athena Strand case.
Thinking, I haven't seen her back. She's usually back by now.
But it's perfectly safe to assume, based on her history, that she would have been jumping over that bandwagon. She would have shown up to this fucking, to this house, these poor people's house, and she would have been blowing through a bullhorn talking about, what'd you do to your stepdaughter? What'd you do to your stepdaughter? She absolutely would have fucking done that shit. 100%. I cannot express how grateful I am to law enforcement and the Texas Rangers that handled that case and brought closure so quickly so that was prevented. Because I know I would bet my fucking pinky. I would bet my pinky that if they wouldn't have found her, another 2 weeks would have went by and she would have been announcing that she was going out to Texas, and she would have been blowing through a bullhorn outside that lady's house, outside that father's house. She'd have probably got shot. It's Texas, but she would have totally done that. I have no doubt in my mind.
Pretty sure that at that point, that's when fear set in, and when she realized that something more was going on, she notified law enforcement. I truly believe that. A lot
because
of people
it's convenient for you to believe it now,
or had reached out to the stepmom and had said some pretty awful things. I don't agree with that. When you are going, I don't mind speculation. I don't mind theorizing.
Wow.
I don't mind hypothesizing. I don't mind conjecture, but I like it to stay on these channels. We can talk, horribly or point fingers at people on this channel as we're speculating and stuff like that. But if there's not facts justifying pointing the finger specifically at one person,
what?
And even if there was, the idea that anybody has the right.
Okay, so what facts? What facts? She just said we can point fingers on this channel, but let's keep it on this channel. What does that mean? So you're trying to monopolize on being a tragedy pimp now? Is that what you're doing? On falsely accusing people? That's what you want to do? You want to monopolize on that whole method on how to run a channel? Are you fucking kidding? Are you serious right now? Dude. What? I have to play that again because again, I can't believe my fucking ears. Hold on.
I don't mind conjecture, but I like it to stay on these channels. We can talk, horribly or point fingers at people on this.
We can talk horribly and point fingers at people
channel as we're speculating and stuff like that. But if there's not facts justifying pointing the finger specifically at one person.
Okay, so what facts justified pointing the finger at Candace and Dawn? Because they engaged in behavior that, and we don't even know that, but they engaged in behavior that you got arrested for 43 times or 42 times. Are you kidding right now? Like, you expect us to swallow this bullshit? Wow.
And even if there was, the idea that anybody has the right to pick up the phone and call and give them death threats and send them horrible that's going too far. It really is.
That's going too far. That's going too far. But showing up to somebody's job and screaming through a bullhorn and showing up to somebody's house where they have neighbors with children, calling them baby killers is not going too far, Betty? Are you fucking serious right now? Is that supposed to be fucking funny? What?
Even if they are guilty as sin, you don't do that through electronic means. It's a problem. If you've got something to say, you do it in person.
Wow.
Not violently or anything like that. Wow. That's not what I'm advocating for. I'm advocating if you have something to say, you can hold signs, you can go out there and have your voice heard. This idea that you think.
All right, Carrie, I've been watching you in my chat. I see you. Let me start off by saying, let me ask you a question. How does it feel to be a bona fide fucking idiot? I wonder what's it like day to day to be a bona fide fucking moron? Because that's not protesting. That's not protesting. It's harassment. Protesting regarding the Quentin Simon case would have consisted of her protesting the police department. She would have been in front of the police department if she had the audacity that she claims to have. She has other kind of audacity, but she doesn't have the audacity that she wants praise for. Because if she had that audacity, she would have protested at the right place. And that still would have been wrong because they were doing their jobs. We know that because they got results. They found evidence that led them to Quentin's body, where they knew their evidence led them to, and they found Quentin's body and got the citizens of that county and state closure. Got all of you that were following the case closure. I will not say Billy Joe and I will not say Lalani. I will not include them in that because I don't think that they gave a fuck about Quentin. But they were harassing their neighbors under the guise of protesting. That is not protesting. Moron. I love when stupid people show up in my chat sometimes, man. I fucking love it. Oh, I called Carrie an idiot. Is Carrie asking me? Yeah, fuck you. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe the fuck out of this channel, please. You are not going to get anything from here. If you are too stupid to see what they're doing and how it affects victims and how it affects getting justice for these victims, if you can't see that, you're not going to get jack shit from this channel. So fuck all the way off.
You have a right to just reach out to anybody and everybody and give them death threats and call them on their phone and harass them like that. That's no, I don't.
Wow. Wow. Do it in person is what she says. Don't do it over the phone and don't do it online. Do it in person.
I don't advocate for that at all. I never have ever in my life done that. Ever.
No, what you've done is made false police reports about animal abuse and accused police officers of horrible things. I'm not even going to repeat them, but the way you treated the chief of police at Chatham County and the way that you dragged him on your channel was disgusting. So let me get this straight. It's okay to do that to the police when they're doing their job and actually getting justice for a victim, but it's not okay to do it to somebody who you're blowing a bullhorn through in front of their house. Like, you are unbelievably full of shit, Betty. Like, I don't even think this is funny. Most of the time, I think this shit's funny. Like, right now, this is one of those rare times where she actually pisses me off.
And this is a classic case where people jumped to the conclusions and started doing these things without having one scintilla of evidence on their side. To
Oh
support
my
it. Now,
God.
Some people would say, and
What?
I would agree with this. Some people would say that, you know, the statistics are alarming when it comes to these children, and they are. And I agree with you. I agree with you. The statistics are disgusting when it comes to missing children. They're more likely to be.
You can't go by that, because this case teaches us that. The Summer Wells case teaches us that. The Heidi Broussard case teaches us that. Patricia Sell, thank you. Be sure to watch the entire video. Love you, Will. I don't know if I'll go over that whole thing, but because there's another one that I want to go over.
At the hands of their parents as opposed to stranger danger. However, there's still a percentage of stranger danger, you know, that it doesn't absolve the fact that there are true people that are abducted and not, you know, trafficked. I mean, come on. Every time we hear anything.
This case absolutely proves. Let me explain something else real quick, folks. Let me explain something else real quick. This case proves. Hold on, I gotta check my DMs. Cherry summons. Okay, that's another TikTok of Tanner's. But I think we're done listening to that dickhead try to sing. We've moved on, but thank you, Cherry. I appreciate it. Now, this case proves, this Athena Strand case proves that Summer Wells could have absolutely been abducted. She absolutely could have been abducted, as Chasing Truth explained so quickly and eloquently in that 3-minute video that she put out earlier today. This proves it. Cracking cases going down there proved it by showing footage of a nearby road. I mean, it absolutely could have happened. And these people were out there going, impossible, impossible, impossible. Bullshit, it's impossible. Well, there's nobody around here. There was nobody around Athena. I mean, there was a FedEx truck. The people near the Wells property, they don't get packages. You know what I'm saying? Now, the chances of it being a FedEx driver, of course, but I'm saying, like, that proves that anything could happen. It could have been anybody. Could have been anybody. What you don't do is, without evidence, without solid evidence, is accuse a parent of doing something to their child. You never, ever, ever do that. She's confirming that you never do that. But she thinks that they had evidence because she didn't approve of the lifestyle that they were living. But I don't see 42 arrests on Don's record. I don't see 42 arrests on Candace Wells' record, Candace Bly's record. I didn't see 42 arrests on either one of their records. What are you talking about? And then you go and get a fire for their job? You, who refuses to get a job, and call what you're doing here by harassing people and posting it and going live, you call that a job because people give you money for the drama that you're creating. You call that a job. It's not a job. Like, these people did labor, man. These are people that have a craft, that have a skill, a trade. Drywall is a skill. It's a trade. It's a skill and a trade that most people take for granted. And you went up there with your no job having ass, refusal to get a fucking job, and your entitlement to other people's fucking money. You went up there and robbed them of that.
It's like, oh, it was sold. It's like, we must have a baby market on every corner. Like, people are just getting ridiculous because of their thought process and their theories. Yes, it does happen in this country, but every case is not it. Every case is not a parent did it. It's just like that, and we have to start slowing down and being correct in our assessments, because people and families can be hurt.
Wow.
Of all people, coming from Bullhorn Betty, right? That's what the haters are going to try to say. I don't act like that. When I go out there and I protest, I make sure I have factual information to support my claim. I make sure that it is.
Okay, so where was the factual information that Chatham County wasn't doing their job? Where was that factual information? One second, folks.
Is truly a factual finding, as opposed to I thought it must be true, like everybody else.
Like, she was absolutely proven wrong. She had no factual information that Chatham County was not doing their job. That was her gripe the entire time that she was there. That was her excuse for yelling through a bullhorn for days on end, harassing people. That was her excuse in Chatham County. And yet Chatham County ended up finding Quentin and arresting Leilani. They did. So what are you talking about? Everything you do so far, I wouldn't even have the content that I've been having for the past year. As far as you're concerned, I mean, I would have found somebody else, because there's always a shithead like you, but you're my favorite. But if you actually had facts, if your actions were based on facts, and even if your actions were based on facts, what you're doing is dead wrong. It's not okay. Like, this woman is unbelievable.
And so we'll get into that. We'll dive into that a little more. So anyways, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is doing great and fabulous this morning.
So Claws of Cannabis, I'll drop a link in chat if you want to join me up here. Tell us a little bit about Tanner. I mean, I could do a whole nother live on this video and this and the next video that she put out. But that's up to you. But Cherry says that you've been verified, so. And if I drop the link in chat, folks, I'm not letting anybody else up but that person. Just so you know, I don't open panel anymore. All right. The link is in chat, my friend.
Good morning. Your camera is very low frame. Yes, that is correct. We are on internet Wi-Fi. You know, the hotel Wi-Fi. It's never good enough to support. I've got my little box here, but it even being inside, it's got 5 bars on it. But even with it being inside, you know, I'll get that past. So we got 5 bars up at the top right there. I think from the hotspot to internet from the hotel. So you know, it may not really help you. I see giving us that information, and it's taking forever to hit. It's not letting me hit some stuff. So I think I'm just kind of screwed. Whether I'm on the Wi-Fi here at the now it pops up. Whether I'm on the Wi-Fi here at the hotel or on my hotspot, it's low. It's low. So I was wondering, 60 feet isn't that long. Well, it is. If you consider most driveways being 10 to 14 feet, 60 feet is like 4 or 5 driveways. So I don't know. I mean, our driveways in our yard are usually 10, 14 feet. It's enough to put a trailer in, and some may extend out to 20 feet.
All right, so I have somebody in backstage named Claws of Cannabis who claims to be somebody who knows Tanner personally. I'm going to go ahead and let him up. Claws of Cannabis, welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Test. Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, absolutely.
All right, just so you know, my last associations with Tanner were about 3 to 4 years ago, but I knew him for about 10 years. So yeah, I have
How'd you know him?
stories. So it all started when I was 17. I got recruited by one of his bandmates to become a drummer for a band that he wanted to be in. I think it was oh man, it's been so long ago. But the next project that he got into forever was called Forever in Your Eyes, and my friend was also in that band with him, and so like I've known him basically through band recitals and practices and interactions like that. And then most recently he was in a band called Commit and Conquer, which I was also I wouldn't say associated with, but I helped them out with like gear and stuff like that during that time. So
helped him out with gear, like what? Like helping
like a
him move
roadie.
it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, did they have a lot of people coming to their shows or what?
So in a local scene like that, you're basically it's more of a connections game.
Right.
So some places are packed just because they're packed all the time, and then some places are more like they're going to see like the headliner or whatever. But usually it's like a place where there's already live music scheduled. They just bring in local bands, in and out.
Right. Right. And so where are you from? Tell us that.
So I'm from West Fort Worth.
Okay.
Most people in the headlines read Lake Worth area. That's pretty much the area that I'm from. He lived actually in a segment between Lakeside and Lake Worth that's actually patrolled by Fort Worth. That's actually Fort Worth city limits. So he lived near Lake Worth, but he was in Fort Worth, technically.
Okay. And so how did you guys meet?
So, like I said, I was recruited by his friend, and I came over to his house, and so at that time he's about 20, 21, and he's still living in like this tiny shed in his grandparents' backyard, and he has resided in that shed until his arrest. He's been in there for 30 years of his life.
Wow. Okay, so that what we're seeing on his little videos that he's posted of him
Yes.
along with
That's all that tiny shed. I wouldn't put it to be past like 40 square feet. Maybe 50.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not one to ever like shit on anybody's like as far as like what's lavish and what's not, as far as like what's nice, a nice place to live. I mean, it's just that by the looks of it, I mean, this guy just seemed to have absolutely no self-respect at all. Like he didn't even have sheets on his mattress.
It was so bad. There was black mold in the wall panelings of that shed. He had mold growing out of like one of his 2 refrigerators at the time that I was over there. He had a bunk bed. It's not in the videos, but he had a bunk bed and like a computer desk, and he probably had about maybe 10 feet of like actual walkable space between his drum set, his recording stuff, all of that. It was nasty, roach infested. It was an uncomfortable time.
And you see him in his Facebook posts, you see him like saying in a relationship after relationship after relationship.
Yes.
So are you telling me that he brought girls over there?
Yes, and they were, I guess, just crazy enough to find that acceptable. Like it was disgusting. It was absolutely awful.
When you knew him, would he generally date younger girls?
All the time.
Like how young? Like what would be the age difference?
So
Like
the biggest age difference was him being 22 and with a 14-year-old.
Oh my God.
Yes.
And like he was proud of it, like he just courted.
No, he knew it was wrong. He knew. So let me tell you something about this guy. He has the biggest victim complex in the world.
All the guys like him do. Yeah.
The very first thing he wants you to know about him, whenever you're introduced to him, he will somehow, some way, in the conversation, maybe 10, 20 sentences deep, he will let you know that he's autistic, as if that's like a precursor to like
it's like a disclaimer to a shitty behavior.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I know the type. Yeah. And I mean, did he come off as autistic to you? I mean, I know you're probably not a mental health professional, neither am I, but
I'm not all right. I'm not trying to get, sob story over here, but like I'm kind of like in the same situation. I was raised by my grandparents, but I actually grew up. I have a stable job. He was in FedEx and he was still in that little shed, bro. He was, he's making FedEx driver money, which is not bad. It's not great, but
I have a good friend of mine that currently works for FedEx. I mean, it's enough to earn a living,
Yeah, and he refused to take that like first step out. He never moved out of his house ever.
Wow.
So
do you know anything about his parents? Like, why was he living with his grandparents?
So my interactions with his parents were very limited. I only saw his grandparents once. I never saw his mom or dad. Either it's like a separation issue or an abuse issue, something like that, where they take custody up or like a branch away from the regular family to keep like social and familial ties, but to keep them away from the abusers, something like that. I'm not quite so sure. Um, I heard from my other friend, and I guess it's all hearsay from here, but yeah, it sounds like his dad was like a drunk alcoholic who never fixed his truck and never got a job and was probably like one of the worst role models to have as a kid for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty common, but there's a lot of people out there that do that and don't kill kids.
Absolutely.
That have to live
Yeah,
with
no.
that.
Yeah, I'm still wondering like what. So, okay, how I found out today was I went to my personal rehearsal studio this time, and my friends were there, and I walked in, and I was all jovial. I was like, "Hey, what's up?" And everyone just like is deadpanning me in the face. I'm like, "What's what's going on?" He's like, "You, my friend." I don't want to name names because.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, please
Okay.
don't. Actually.
So my friend comes up to me and he's like, "You haven't seen the news?" And I'm like, "No." And I'm usually on top of things, so I'm like, "What could be so drastic in the news that has you like so pale faced towards me?" And he's like, "You haven't heard about Tanner?" I'm like, I went up to him and I grabbed his collar and I was like, "What? What did Tanner do?" Because I literally thought like the vibes that I got to him or from him was that he would kill a bunch of people in a mass shooting and then do a suicide. Like
he's
that
got
was like
school shooter vibes for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen worse, but he's definitely got those vibes.
The biggest vibe is suicide. Like that's the
Right.
biggest vibe that I get from him. But like people like him, I don't associate with him anymore, and a lot of people that used
But
to
the
also
victim
don't.
complex would dictate, or at least not dictate, but would indicate that he's more likely to hurt somebody else rather than himself.
Absolutely, because
me,
it's not fair about his situation in life and
blah blah
so
blah,
on and so far. Yes, and society must pay. Absolutely.
So what about when so here I've got
this
pulled up. I don't know if you could see the screen, but he had this baby. It looks like a beautiful baby girl. It looks like maybe a boy.
It's a boy.
It's a boy. And August 29th, 2021. So that was last year. Is that his kid?
That is his kid.
Okay.
And it is with the mother. So he never raised it in that environment that he was in. It is with the mother.
Do you know anything about his role as a father? Was he did he pay child support? Was he
So as far as I know, it was they were still in a relationship, but they didn't live together, and so the baby stayed at the mom's house. That is the last that I heard of it. They could have split up by, between my last knowledge and then, but as far as I know, he was still trying to quote unquote be a father. It was more show and tell than anything really whenever it came to raising. So
right. So so you said you guys met when? Say that one more time. And
so I would say we met in 2012.
Okay. And what was your first impression of him? Describe that.
Honestly, it's weird. I think he got more weird as time went on, more so than like people learning from social cues and becoming like more aware and more socially adaptable. He got like more regressive. So in the beginning, I thought he was just like this fun party, like loved heavy metal kind of man. Like I was getting into a band that it was my first project. I didn't know how to like what the process was. I was improving my skills by being challenged by the music being played. And like he honestly, at first glance, like he was just someone else, but as time went on and more relationships turned to failures, you could start to see like the red flags of like possessiveness and like a big thing that I noticed is like over the years is that he would have like thought intrusions where he would like blurt out some random thing that was in his head and then realize that it was inappropriate. So most of the times it was comments on younger women, teenagers, while
Wow.
he was some but he tried to always play it off as a joke. Like one particular reference that comes out of my mind was like we were poised to go on stage. I always helped setting up their stuff. He started singing "I'm Not Anywhere Near the Stage." They go through their set. He points at a girl on stage or off stage, and then like he like starts rubbing, down there, kind of like gesturing,
Wow.
yeah. Because, he's a front man, so he thinks he needs to have, like, some sort of sexy charisma. He's very influenced. Like, anything he sees, he tries to replicate. Very,
Right.
very much so. So he thinks that he either needs to have sexual charisma or, like, he just has it. I don't know what his true beliefs there.
He doesn't
But he's
have
trying. Exactly. Right, he doesn't. But you don't know what he
doesn't
thinks. You
have
know
it.
what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you don't know what he believes about himself.
Right.
So, it turns out like that girl had like 2 X's on her hands, and she's in a fucking establishment that sells liquor, and we all know what that fucking means.
Right. Straight
Like,
edge. I mean, straight edge. Right.
no, it means don't serve because she's underage.
Oh, 2 X's on her hands. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Do
also,
not-
in the music scene, in all fairness, because I grew up in the
right,
music
straight
scene
edge.
too.
And so,
yeah.
she was so put off that I physically, like, after, like, I traced my eyes with his finger down to the girl. Like, she left. She felt appalled and abhorrent, like, to it. And I felt so bad that he just, like, ruined somebody's time. And like, you don't want that kind of, like, pressure on you, like, especially if they're, like, pointing straight at you and there's only maybe 20 people in this place. It's
She just
so
came out
awkward.
to see a show, man. She just wanted to see a show.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my God. I mean, so you've known this guy for a good 10 years. And I mean, dude, like, keep coming with the stories, man.
All right, the very newest one that you're gonna find. Okay, all right. So he has not been a FedEx driver for long. Don't let this guy don't let it get twisted. He's been doing this for maybe a year and a half total. Okay, he was not a productive member of society until his child came along, and he felt a little forced to provide, which thankfully, he has a little semblance of maturity, but it's very minute, right? So my friends and I have all like unassociated with him because he's a cringe lord. He was like
I haven't heard that expression. There's a community here that I've kind of rubbed elbows with and made friends with some people in that community on YouTube. They call that a lol cow.
Yes. Kiwi Farms would have a fucking field day with this dude if they actually saw half the things that he did. So,
right. But I've never heard the term cringe lord. That's fantastic.
So, okay. All right. This is one great story. He just got the job as a FedEx worker.
How long has he worked for FedEx? Do you know?
Like I said, about a year and a half. He was not doing that long. So, he feels really bad about being the reason that other people have stopped talking to him. He, in his work truck of FedEx on work hours, goes to my buddy's house off route and exits the vehicle and approaches the yard. He lives in a rural area, so this is an acre of land that he's just walking up on just bare dirt to. Okay, my friend's girlfriend comes out and greets him. Tanner's like, "Hey, is X here?" And she's like, I don't know. Is there a package for us? And he's like, no, my name's Tanner. I'm trying to see if he still lived here because I wanted to say something to him. She goes inside, grabs him, and my friend comes out and he's like, Tanner, what the fuck are you doing here? I don't want to see your face. What's up? What's up? Is it important? What's up? It's like, sure,
No love.
you know,
No love.
if you know somebody for a while, if someone I knew for 10 years, maybe I didn't like, but is like, hey man, I'm dying, I'm on my knees, I need a little bit of cash or whatever for a kidney transplant, I'd be like, sure, whatever, you were desperate enough to come see me, here's money, or, whatever. But he's like, he comes up to him and he says, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, and I was wondering if we could be friends again, all while in FedEx uniform, holding up other customers' package deliveries off the road. Like, he's like, don't worry, I'll tell my friends that my boss that I got a flat tire on the way back. So it's all cool if you want to hang out for a little bit. I'm like,
what?
On hearing this, I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
So this dude's like, so while he's on the clock, he goes off route, totally out of the way to another rural area, and then pays this dude a visit, begging for forgiveness to be his friend again, and let's go hang out.
Yes.
Yeah. It's gonna freak people out, man. Like I mean, those days are over where you just show up to somebody's house. That etiquette is not a thing anymore. It's bad etiquette. You just don't do that. Everybody has a phone. Doesn't matter where you are. You've got a phone on you. Like,
I mean, like,
shoot a text. Don't even call. Like, shoot a text.
He constantly would so he gets in and out of relationships really easily. I don't know how, but he does. So every time,
well, he likes younger girls, typically.
True,
right?
They're more impressionable.
More
You're
impressionable, right?
So he would use the current girl, whatever that he was seeing at the time, use their Facebook profile to get in contact with both me and my friend for the past 3 years, trying to get us to talk to him. Like, there's a point where you have done so many bad things for us to not talk to you, to distance ourselves from you. There's at the first or second try, I understand, but when it gets to the 6th or 7th, there's some pattern of behavior that's just real, needy, clingy, possessive. It feels real bad to even open up a message and see his face, or see a girl's profile and then be like, oh, hey, a girl, and click on it. Hey, it's Tanner. Look, man, I'm really sorry. I know I could be really annoying to be around, and I just wish you would have time to deal with my autism, and we could totally be friends if that would work out. And I'm like, dude, no.
Wow. Yeah, that's not how you go about making friends at all. And you could see that the dude is really lonely. Because I'm real quick while I have you up here, but I'm just gonna take a side note and let my chat know. I don't see that shit as an excuse for what he did. I don't even like people using mental health as an excuse. You're an adult. He obviously had the means. FedEx offers insurance. If you work for FedEx, you can get the help you need, the medication you need. He could have controlled these things. He's smart enough to know when his thoughts are wrong or right, because you just said that he would say totally off the wall things and then realize it and play it off and try to cover it up as just a joke. So, yeah,
that was a constant behavior, was definitely the joke thing, saying in true intentions, typically sexual remarks about younger girls, but also things shooting a cat that's been annoying him, or stuff like that, and we all just look at him and
what? Shooting a cat that was annoying him?
Yeah, he would joke about shooting animals, or leaving poison back and like watching, making sure that the rodents and stuff would stop bothering him and climbing on his shed and stuff. He was tired of like smelling cat shit from his backyard and like tired of all that stuff. And it would all just raise nothing but eyebrows and like, what the fuck, man?
Red
Are you
flags, like a
okay? Yeah, like
motherfucker, man. That's crazy, dude. So you told me that the youngest girl that you know of that he dated, or at least the biggest, how old was he when you met him? Because I don't actually know how old he is right now.
He's 21. He's 31 now.
He's 31. So he was
Yes.
21 when you met him, and then when he was 22, he dated a 14-year-old.
Correct.
But but you said that he kept it secret, or
he told us. We knew because like she was at recitals and band practices, and we didn't know her. Like none of us knew her.
Dude, that would make me uncomfortable as fuck. Like if one of my bandmates showed up with a 14-year-old girl when I was 21, I'd have been like, "What's this, dude?"
Oh, she wouldn't say. See, that's the thing. Like we didn't know at the time that she was 14. She would say that she's 16, and like still that's still weird. But like
it's still weird.
Like,
yeah,
it's still weird. But we're like, it's whatever. I mean, in Texas, 17's the age of consent, so we're like, just don't do anything. And if you really like each other past this year point, then I can't. My hands are tied. I can't do anything. I can be like morally disagreeing with your decision here, but I can't call the cops. I can't do anything, and just keep your hands off each other, And they did. They were just seeing each other, and like they would be cordial in front of us, but I can only imagine like any abuse that he did. Now hearing all of this just recently.
Yeah, I'm not sorry. I feel like this dude clearly had a pattern of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just off that subject real quick, would you consider him to have been a talented musician?
I'm not saying that he was bad, because he wasn't. So his vocals were what some people would want. It's hard to find vocalists to do that. It's because like becoming a vocalist who screams or any type of that requires.
I was actually just saying that earlier in the stream. I don't know how long you've been watching.
No, I've just got home after hanging out with my friends and talking about all this shit. So
okay.
Yeah, we're
I was saying the same thing. I was saying that to find somebody who can scream like that consistently, because I showed one of his videos where he was kind of just by himself in that little shed, and he posted a YouTube video. I think it was like in 2018, and he's screaming, and I was like, well, he tried to sing at one point. I was like, ooh, that's bad, that's no good.
Mm-hmm.
But when he was screaming, I was like, that's actually not bad.
It's not. It's not bad if you separate the talent from the artist. It's just really hard to find someone who's able to overcome that confidence gap. And I don't know what made him like do that. I don't know if it was like him wanting to live the lifestyle so hard, because he was one of those people that like got into the local scene super hard. He would find every single local band, try to get merch, try to get songs, try to get to know them. That was like the only positive attribute of the guy, was like I learned some new music through him, but that's like saying a lot. If that's the only good thing I can think of you for, that's like, pretty low.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's all he's bringing to the table,
And so like he did get kicked out of the band that we were all in. He's gotten kicked out of almost every single band that he's ever been in. He cannot find consistent musical projects to do. His
I noticed that.
personality
I noticed
is,
there was a lot of bands that he named that he was part of, and I read an article.
and all of them are defunct. Every single one. Not a single one remains. They all defunct. And what's so bad is like they'll get like one successful EP together or an LP together, and everyone's like, all right, we got this. And then after the fame or the feeling of accomplishment and success gets to Tanner's head, he does something stupid because he thinks nothing can stop him. There's one reason of a time that he's been kicked out of, I think Forever in Your Eyes, was that he was groping somebody, like at a show. Yeah. Now, look, people don't. I feel like women should report every single instance of something unwanted sexual contact.
Agreed.
Agreed. But you won't find reports of this because sometimes people just feel ashamed, and I feel very, very, very bad about that. But like,
oh, it's a big problem. Like,
Yeah.
girls can't even crowd surf at shows anymore because there's always some piece of shit that gropes them.
Mhm.
It's really ugly. And there was a girl who it keeps showing up. Let me see if I can find the
Was it-
comment.
Was it Shay?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Do you know
So
anything about that?
I don't know anything about that situation. I wish I did. All I know is that my friend's been mentioned in that situation, and look, I really do want to stick up for my friend here. If you guys find any posts about the person that I'm talking about, please understand, when it's somebody that you know, and for a very short time, we tend to believe the people that we know versus the people that we don't. Okay?
Right.
Shay, if you're listening or if you find this out, we're all sorry. We feel guilt-stricken about the things that happened to you and not taking your story seriously. Because Tanner seemed like a big, stupid, bumbling giant. What do you call it? A humble
non-threatening in that sense, probably,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
you just don't see him being a predator, so to
I
speak.
never got that actual sense from him. I knew that he liked younger women, but he was very, like I said, anytime he was with someone of any age, he was very like hands-offy. He wasn't very like on them, loving. I guess touch isn't a big thing for him or whatever, but
I see what you're saying. Like, it was more about just having the image of having a girl next to him,
Yeah.
than actually. Right. I see what you're saying. I've known people like
So-
that where they
so
just
I
can't
don't
be
know-
single, like, because
Right.
it just they have to have that status of being with someone
And
rather than.
And I never saw him be handsy, but at the same time, like, seeing past all of that, I can kind of see where this sexual assault happened, because he probably is one of those quote unquote nice guys. He doesn't touch them. He feels restricted, and so he feels that he should be rewarded at some point, and if that reward never comes, then he might, force it. And that I can totally see that now. And like I said, Shay, we're all sorry. We wish we fucking knew. We wish we had like actual, I don't know, hardcore proof. Like, it was a he said she said thing, and we should have believed her. It was just a hard
Did
thing
she
to
ever
even
try to bring charges on him?
No police report, no
Right.
anything like that as far as we know. And that's the biggest thing, is like, I would have preferred like if he had actual charges on him, and the proof and like any testing that could have come out of that situation came through, like I would have been so much more jubilant knowing the truth.
I can understand that because that happens here on YouTube more than you probably know. Like, people get real, they go real life on each other, and then somebody will hate somebody, then accuse them of something crazy, and I'm the guy that's like, show me proof. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just throw accusations like that without proof. So now, if somebody gets charged with a crime, that tells me, because this is the true crime community here as well. One of the things about that is I need enough proof to where I need to at least ask questions. You know what I mean?
I've always been the proven innocent, or innocent until proven guilty.
Right. And if there's a charge, I'm going to assume, okay, well, they're not going to actually charge somebody with something unless they feel they could prosecute them in court.
Exactly. So if there had been a charge, I would have been absolutely, like, all I needed was even just a police report filed, like something that got law enforcement involved. She said she told 2 people, and those 2 people spread a little rumor amongst, like, we heard inklings and talkings, but we never heard, like, the true accusation from Shay herself. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, basically what you're describing is, at the time, it was simply a rumor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yes,
she wasn't even verifying this.
Right. And
is
like,
what you're saying.
And like, maybe it was my fault for not following up. Maybe I should have asked her, hey, is what I'm hearing true? What are the circumstances? But it also sounds like she didn't want to talk to anybody else about it. So I don't know if me reaching out would have changed anything. I wish I did now. But it's like, in the music world, not only does, like, love and lust happen, but also jealousy does. And so if someone has a breakup or doesn't follow through with flirtation or anything like that, drama and music go hand in hand. They really do in the live scene.
Sure.
So it's really hard to decipher the noise versus the information, the facts. It really is.
Yeah, I agree, because it's the same situation here on YouTube, and I have been in the music, I wouldn't say business, but in the scene, in the live music scene in Miami. But I agree with you. There's a lot of drama, and there's a lot of jealousy that takes place, and you just get a lot of crazy people. And the weird thing about YouTube is most of these people are anonymous. You don't know anything about their lives. You don't know anything about, I don't want to know. That's part of what I like about YouTube, is there's that boundary between everyone. But like I said, I'm the kind of guy that if you're going to accuse somebody of that, I need at least enough proof to want to look into it and go, okay, what the hell? You know what I mean? Not just I heard from somebody that somebody said that this happened to somebody. You know what I mean? I need more than that. So
exactly.
I understand. And people are making good points, good counterpoints to that in the chat as well, where they're saying most of the time, a lot of times, not most, but a lot of times, victims are afraid to come forward and speak up.
I know.
And they'll confide in somebody close to them, which would explain why you heard it through other people too. So I mean, but it sounds to me like, I wish that she had hopefully, this can teach us that if a situation like that arises, if you see something, say something. You know what I mean? As far as, like, if somebody comes to you and they confide in you, try to encourage them to move to move forward and speak to the authorities. That would probably be the best thing to
go
do.
with them, please. Like, that's the biggest thing.
Right.
Is people need emotional support. Don't just say, hey, you should go. Put them in your car, take them to the police station, and be there. Sometimes people need a little bit of a a push.
Of a push, right.
And you can be that push. You can help other people. You can prevent situations like this. And maybe even save a life later and down the road, as we've sadly learned.
Right. Yeah. This is very, very tragic what happened to Athena, and you're in. Are you still in Fort Worth? You don't have to tell me where you are. Just a yes or no.
Yeah. I'm in the area.
Okay.
I'm in the Metroplex.
Okay. So, I mean, how is this case? Could you give us a little insight of how this case is affecting people around there and that community, and give us a feel for that if you can?
The music scene is kind of like recoiling, because he was part of so many different projects, and those people split off to make other projects. Musicians typically don't stand still. They move forward with progress, either solely or they get with other people. It's very rare for some people to just put down it as even a hobby. So right now, we're all just in shock. We really are. Everyone says it too. I've seen so many instances like this. We never knew. We never saw the signs. We saw the signs. We called them cringy. We knew that he was a validationist seeker. He was on the darker side of the thoughts, of general society himself.
Right.
And like lust and stuff.
But you also never know that somebody's going to go out and kill a child or execute a mass shooting, or there's everybody knows somebody that fits this guy's behavior pattern to some degree.
And it's crazy to me because like
you can't lock somebody up because they're cringy. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
or because they have weird fantasies or anything like that. Like,
right.
That's just how the human psyche works. But at the same time, you have to like start. I'm going to have to start disassociating some things, because the people who make the hardest, the most like graphically intensive content, the people who make like gore and like gory videos, music videos, or like music or stuff that's like very violent, very sexual, very very distasteful, very taboo, those are typically actually like the sane people in society, because they have an outlet.
Right.
But people who confine themselves like Tanner did, who restricted himself of like being like more like susceptible to change and like being expressive in medium and not in like personality, because like you can be like, how cool would it if like a dude got cut in half, but like that would be really cool, but like you can't be like, man, it would be really cool if I cut a dude in half like right now, like
right. Yeah, because
like, if it progresses a story or something, that's great. But if you're just seeing it for the pure aspects of the violence, like, or you talk in such a way where like you glorify just specifically the act of violence itself and not the reasons or cause behind it, then it feels like you have like those red flags that we're all looking for,
Yeah. I mean, if people are that public, like a predator is never going to be publicly and make that their image. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see the guys from Guar fucking actually going out and murdering people. You know what I mean? Like, they're even though you're going to get fake blood all over you. If you were in a good spot if you went to a Guar show and ended up with fake blood all over you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But those guys are probably family men. You look at Ozzy Osbourne and how shocking he was, and look at him now. He's in his 70s and still doing it, but he raised 2 kids and they're functional kids, and his wife is awesome.
And I will say this, like, most of Tanner's lyrics, anytime he sang, was about heartbreaks, how unfair his love life was, and like his thoughts of depression and suicide and feeling worthlessness. So like look like that's
every
probably
emo core band out there, you know.
For sure. Yeah,
So
but there's
I would never have looked at that as a red flag considering the music that he was playing.
Okay, so maybe not to you because you're maybe not so in the scene, but there's different content delivery. All right. He all right, you mentioned Guar, fake blood, killing somebody on stage, they have masks and everything. It's all in good fun, okay?
Right.
Imagine the shock and horror to all of your bandmates, okay? When you do something so unscripted and so cringe that your fucking guitarist has to step in front of you to stop from people looking at you.
Oh my God. So what was he doing?
So this man, in the middle of like a slow part after he had finished screaming, there's a slow interlude. I can't remember the name of the song, but this dude wraps the microphone cable around his neck in a suicidal noose fashion and hung himself on stage.
Wow.
He did it all drastically, dropped to his knees, and then like the guitarist just like walked up in front of the light and just like stood wide-legged in front of him to cover him. Like, dude.
Wow.
So like that to me is really like a red flag because like
especially if you're not letting your bandmates know that you're doing stuff like that, you know.
Exactly.
Right.
Like how are you going to portray yourself like that and still come off like sane in a normal society? Most people wouldn't do that, or if they did do that, they would have a choreography about it or something like that, involve everybody, make it an artistic choice. But instead, that's just how he felt at that time, was suicidal, and so he wanted to show it.
And Lex Lux is making a good point. She's saying 18 Visions did that over 10 years ago. I'm familiar with 18 Visions. I like their early stuff, but it's not uncommon for somebody to do those kind of antics on stage, more or less, you know. But the thing is like when it surprises your band, there's no heads up.
We had no idea. And
you're
like,
not up there by yourself. Like you're what you're doing is representing the group as a whole, and some people may not want to. Some of your bandmates may not want to be associated with that kind of behavior, you know.
And well, it's just because to us it's a red flag to us because he would also constantly play that victim card. So he was just constantly portraying himself as
suicidal.
The victim.
Right.
As suicidal, as in listen to me, please don't leave me. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself if I'm not occupied with other people. Like, if I don't have the attention, if I'm not receiving like some constant feedback loop of interaction with people, I will go crazy, or I will you know, I will have like a nervous breakdown. He seemed like he needed people to believe him, believe everything he did, and support him into becoming better than what he thought of himself.
He always needed validation.
Yes.
Right. So, in your opinion, having known him all this time, do you feel, and I realize this is a very general thing, it would be a difficult thing to answer, like, you know, but like just your feelings alone, and having known him, do you think this is his first time doing this?
As in
Athena,
like killing somebody?
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm still trying to figure out what made
because he did turn himself in, you know. So it wasn't like,
no, I'm sorry, no, he didn't. He confessed.
He confessed. Okay.
Let's clear this air. Let's clear this air.
Yeah,
okay?
Let's do that. If you have more information on that, please share it.
There were fucking 12. There's video of it. I'll try to pull it up, but there was like 12 to 15 squad cars outside of his house on his road. They pulled up to his house and took him from his home. Like he led him on a false chase for 2 different locations before they gave him the right location of the body. Like he was hamstringing them along. Like he was not cooperative in the first day.
How long did they know it was him? Do you know?
So Wednesday they sent out the Amber Alert, and they didn't get in contact. They didn't realize anything until they saw the FedEx delivery, and then they worked with FedEx to figure out who the driver was on Thursday, and then Friday they executed the search warrant and got him arrested.
Wow. So what is exactly like? How do you know that this is exactly how this took place?
Because I've been reading every single article. I can link you that video.
So not any personal, like nobody that you both know sent you any.
No, not secondhand account. I guess this is all third hands. But like I said, if you look, there were 15 people outside of 15 squad cars and SWAT troopers outside of his house, and they took him in. He did not go to a police station and was like, all right, guys, look, It was me. I did it. No, they took him from his home.
Do you know if that location where there were all that police activity yesterday, everybody was talking about, posting on Twitter, I was live myself, all that police activity right near that ditch, is that where she was found, or did they, because they ended up clearing the area and leaving, did they find her? Because I didn't see a coroner van, I didn't see a crime scene investigations van.
So
I would think that they would be processing that area more. So I feel like they maybe.
All right, I would have to see a link of what you're talking about, because we may be talking of 2 different videos. So I don't know specifically what ditch. His house is next to a ditch, though, like a severe ditch on both sides of the road.
Because it was about 7 miles from the, and I'll find real quick. Give me 1 second, but go ahead while I find this.
Yeah, so like I said, his house is on a ditch. Like if you put your wheels off the road, you are depressing like at least 8 inches, maybe a foot. Like it's pretty nasty.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, and this. Sorry, I'm just looking at all this stuff on Twitter real quick, but I'm trying to find some of the stuff that like there's all kinds of stuff all over Twitter now. I haven't even looked today. But
this is blowing my mind. I feel so disgusted even knowing this person. Like, this is not what I wanted to wake up to today.
Right. No, I can imagine. I mean, probably had drinks with the guy, had some deep conversations with the guy. And,
yeah. He was nice. He bought things for people. He was like I said, everyone has human qualities to them.
Sure.
It's just those unhuman qualities that we don't see until they like really arise like this. And it's I wish I had a better sixth sense about this. I really did. I wish I could have prevented this in some way, but I feel like I'm powerless.
I don't think anybody could have. I mean, I don't think anybody, dude, like, because I don't care how close I am to somebody. If they tell me, hey, I'm thinking about picking up a 7-year-old girl and then, getting rid of her, I'm reporting,
calling the cops.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm reporting that immediately. So this, I don't know if you can see the screen, but this is a picture of where that police activity was. It's taped off and it says it's on County Road 4599.
Yeah, sadly that's not where he lives, and so I have no idea about this footage.
So where was she found? Do you know?
The sheriff said she was found in a field. I don't know where, like 6 miles away from her home.
Okay, so maybe it was because this was 7 miles away, roughly 7 miles.
So yeah, that might have been one of the 2 false locations that he sent them to.
See, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking because, like I said, there was all this police activity here, and then they all just left, right? And so, or maybe there was another location, and this was just to distract media, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But not that long after that, because I went live again when I found out that there was going to be a press conference just a few hours later, and I covered that. But there's clearly, I mean, some police activity. But like I said, I figure if they would have found her there, they would have, that police activity wouldn't have just cleared out the way that it did. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have just left. So that indicates to me, because you verifying that there were other false locations, that would indicate to me that they were at this was one of those false locations, I would think, because
and let's also,
that area would still be being processed, I think.
Right. And let's also remember, guys, that the sheriff has said that they think that she might have been running away when she was murdered. So that is probably why they found her in that field. And that's probably the circumstances that we have. I don't think that he hit her, as everyone's been like, oh, maybe he hit her and then took her so that way.
There was a Fox News reporter that said that an extended, quote unquote, extended member of the family said that a FedEx driver hit her and then turned himself in.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, if you read many more reports, that's not what happened.
Well, I know. I mean, because I covered the press conference yesterday, and I didn't catch every single word because I was like so in shock when he was saying, like, and I'm looking at my chat too, and I was just so in shock when he said that she was abducted and murdered.
Right.
And I was like, but he still said FedEx driver, and I was like, holy shit. So I mean,
I don't see the incompetency angle of this at all.
No,
like
either.
I don't see the whole, like, oh, she was in the road, he hit her, he didn't want to be found out and lose his job, so he took her, and then she escaped, and so he killed her. No,
that's just online speculation. That's
I think my speculation, knowing the guy, I think something snapped in his mind to where he thought that maybe his last relationship failed, and he felt like there was nothing else that he could have done, and maybe he was going to force his way onto somebody for the last time, or something like that. I have no idea. Like I said, I got more suicidal vibes and shooter vibes from him than I got like abducting a child for whatever purposes and murdering them. That was beyond my scope of
what you thought he would be capable of, right?
Yeah,
that makes sense. So it would make sense based on what you're telling me that you would feel like this is a first time that he would actually go this far with something like this. Do you think, based on knowing him, because obviously these are just speculative questions, because
but like, you can ask me what I think, that's fine. I don't, like, once again, if everybody understands, this is just my conjecture from personal firsthand experience with the person and character, like, profiling him as I know him. This is all what I think and nothing of like what I know. Okay.
Right.
All opinion, no fact here.
That's all I'm looking for. I mean, we're not. Yeah, this is all just speculation based on what we know. You happen to know him pretty well, knowing a guy for 10 years, having been playing music with somebody. That's a pretty intimate thing to be involved with somebody in, is making music. I know that firsthand. And so I was going to ask, do you feel that had he gotten away with this, would he have continued?
As in, would he continue kidnapping? See, I don't think that his intentions was murder from the outright. I think kidnapping was, in my opinion. I don't think he had the mental fortitude, strength, or whatever to future see. Okay, after I take child, what do? Like, I don't know what
Right.
if he had any plans or anything like that. I think in this context, I think he was fed up, he was done, he was ostracized, rightly so, but he was ostracized from society, and I think he snapped and had enough. That is what I thought. So that's the angle that I can most ascribe to this person.
Now I have my opinions. Like most of the time when we discuss like a school shooter or a mass shooter, usually we see all their social media posts. He wasn't that active on social media, first of all, at least not lately.
So he is. Most of his stuff is only visible to friends.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay. Now also I was gonna say his I was gonna say that my experience, or well, in looking at these mass shooters and school shooters and whatnot, you know, usually they're really active on social media, and it's always me, and you know, I don't, you know, very attention seeking. Would you say that was a motive here, to just a last ditch effort to get fame?
so I deleted my account to stop. I don't even want to see anybody in my mentions because I might have a picture with the dude.
Right.
Like, I deleted my account, but yes, he was very validation seeking. It was everything about himself. Life's unfair. I can't find true love. Why do women cheat on me? Why has God cursed me to have like these weird thoughts, kind of thing? And I was like, or why am I so different? So on and so forth. He really wasn't like, he was just a person who didn't grow from social interactions. He was a person who just stagnated, and like, if you thought differently or if you got upset at him, well, obviously your way of thinking was wrong, and so he had the right way of thinking. He was never, you know, he never had a chance to get out of the thumb of the system, but he constantly had good work in front of him. He just didn't want to do it. Like, he had multiple opportunities to make good money, and he just wouldn't, because it's not what he wanted to do.
Right.
You know, it wasn't in his will. It wasn't. He thought that his way of thinking about the world was like, he should get paid for what he wants to do, and if he doesn't get paid, then he just doesn't get paid at all. He'll bag off of other people for a while. You know.
Wow. Would you I had a question and I forgot what it was going to be.
I'm sorry, I tend to ramble, so if
no,
I
it's
don't answer your
okay.
question,
Like,
just
I have
please.
horrible ADHD. Like, I don't just throw that term around either. Like, it's like I actually have it like real bad.
Okay.
But
let me also say, as far as I know, his Asperger autism diagnosis is all self-diagnosed. There's no, as far as I know, there's no paperwork on this for him.
Yeah, no.
I feel like he treated it, because I'm going to be real, in my generation, like,
I only use it as
got...
I only use it as an excuse for brain farts, just for the record. That's it.
Like, I can understand like actual autistic people and like not understanding social tone, sarcasm, but he got all of that. He knew that. He just didn't understand. Okay, one of my friends told me a story. They went to a Little Cece's together. He left. They ate dinner and they enjoyed it. They left. He started fucking dancing in front of this truck that was trying to move through the lane of traffic, and he just stopped him. Guy gets out of the car and it's like, all right, boy, let's go. And he starts running him around, starts chasing him. His friend comes
Wow.
out, he's like, yo, hold on, what's up? He was like, dude, he needs to get out of the fucking way. I'm going to beat his ass if he keeps playing around like this. And like, he's like, I got friends just up the road. Let me go get them if you want to fuck around like this, boy. He was like, okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to fucking, piss you off. I was just dancing, man. I don't know why you were mad. Like, I'm so sorry. Why are you getting so upset? And like, he was about to get every single tooth of his mouth knocked out of his face.
Right.
And his friend had to come in and like step between them and be like, I'm sorry, man. He doesn't know any better. Please forgive him. He's a little, he had to use the spectrum, the excuse for him, because like he uses it as an excuse to do things that are out of the ordinary instead of doing out of the ordinary, and that is the excuse that he does it for. I can definitely tell like his intention is to be out of the norm instead of that he's just out of the norm without intention. It's definitely a cognate, like, intentional decision. Like it's definitely of willpower, not of condition. Like that he does that.
Yeah. It's yeah, I mean, it seems almost like it just seems the more I hear about this guy that it makes more and more sense that he would be the type to do something like this at some point, not necessarily that you would jump to that conclusion, but once it's done, once it happens, it's just like, oh, okay, fuck.
I guarantee you, if he doesn't feel overly guilty and he pleads guilty, he has confessed, but there's no plea yet. He'll probably use not guilty by reason of insanity, and he will probably use autism as the factor.
Yeah, that's not going to fly. I don't think.
I just want you to see that, and I want to be saying I'm the one who called it here and now. If he does this, if this is so by the book character for him, you will know that I all know this person because this man fucking does it every time. He does it every time.
I'm gonna take some questions for you from the chat.
Please, yes, I'm willing to answer any and all.
So, real quick, did he do any drugs? Was he an addict in any way that you know of?
He smoked pot. He did bath salts whenever they were popular.
He did bath salts? That guy was doing bath salts? Dude,
absolutely.
Dude, I lived in Miami when somebody was on bath salts and literally ate someone's face. Like, that was a thing. I fucking posted a picture of it on Facebook once, and I was like, oh, I need to take that down. I can't have that up. But it was like, it happened. Like, that shit happened. Like, that dude was doing bath salts? That is scary as fuck.
He did spice or K2, whatever you want to call synthetic cannabinoids. Cannabinoids.
Did he do it often?
Every day, every hour. Wow. Fun fact, guys. I was a straight edge kid. I smoked my first bowl of K2 ever without being exposed to weed or anything, and I thought it was going to be cool and nice because it's legal. You can get it over the counter. Well, they wouldn't sell anything to you that would hurt you. Bad time, kids. Don't do it. Bad time. I also got tricked over there because I was a wrestler at the time, so I didn't want to smoke weed. We'll get drug tested once a year, and I don't know when that is. So, don't smoke. Let me just smoke K2. That shit doesn't pop up. All right, whatever. I was impressionable. I will admit. Peer pressure got to me. They said this shit was going to be K2, and I smoked weed. It was great. I smoke weed to this day now, but they fucking tricked me into it. Like, the dude's a scumbag. Like, straight up. So he did, around here, we have quote unquote acid. If you can't tell, I turned into a degenerate drug user. the quote unquote acid around here.
The hallucinogens, there's people that shouldn't do hallucinogens. He sounds like one of those people that shouldn't.
Absolutely.
But I don't judge anybody for liking their hallucinogenic drugs.
Yeah, I've never touched opiates unless they were prescribed for pain. But anyway, so acid around here is actually a synthetic. I mean, LSD is kind of synthetic too, but
well, no, it's absolutely synthetic.
Well, it comes from the mold of the rye, whatever the ergot.
Right.
Anyway, so he would do acid, but that's not acid. It's called 2C. It tastes bitter. It's bad for you. You don't really feel that great. You feel like a minor buzz. There's no visual hallucinations, but it's really addictive, and it's bad for your teeth. It's terrible. Let's see. He did a little bit of smack. He did a little bit of H. A little bit of crystal.
So he was the type basically to self-medicate with whatever was available, is what you're
moderate
saying.
shrooms, and then he was heavy on Adderall.
Not an addict, but somebody who sought self-medication.
Addict on Adderall for sure, and he drank a lot.
Okay. But I mean, if he was an addict on Adderall, I mean, if he actually had Asperger's, wouldn't that help level him out to some degree? Unless he was obviously misusing it. But
so
it seems like it would have.
I'm not a doctor. I don't.
Me either. But I'm just.
I don't think that's prescribed for Asperger's. I think it's more prescribed for ADHD.
ADHD, right. Mm-hmm. So, let me see what else. Sorry, I'm just looking at my chat here. And people want me to warn you. I don't know how familiar you are with this community.
I'm not. I was just Googling his name because I just learned about this. And I just saw someone saying that the laughter and my jovial attitude about this stuff is a little unsettling. I've dealt with a lot of trauma in my life, and humor is the only way I cope. So please understand, we all have our different ways. Don't judge.
Yeah, this isn't the place for you. I mean, the purpose of this stream, which I explained in the beginning, was to drag and make fun of Tanner. Fuck him.
Right.
The purpose of this stream was to do that because of and to help deviate the attention away from Athena's family, who's getting scrutiny for no reason, and put the blame where it belongs. And if you're not familiar with the fact that I use humor in these situations when I feel it's appropriate, which I feel it's appropriate now, then you're on the wrong channel. It's just the way this is. So as far as that goes, like I said, if you're but I was going to say, I'm getting a lot of comments saying to warn you about other channels, because everybody's going to be talking about this. Everybody in the true crime community is going to be talking about this. Be very careful. The one of the main things that I do on this channel is I call out what we like to call tragedy pimps. And they spread a lot of misinformation, with no disclaimers, and they falsely accuse people of crazy shit. And I would respectfully advise you to stay clear of those channels.
Look, man, I'm not gonna. No offense, I have a good head on my shoulders. There's nothing that no one can curveball me. I'm not gonna suffer from this. Even though I did delete my Facebook, that's the only thing I had connected to.
I would recommend that you stay as anonymous as possible. So,
I absolutely am. All I've said is my friend. No names have been spoken.
Right.
People probably could recognize me from my voice in the area, but that's about it.
Because people will reach out to you. They will dox you. They will put out your personal information in hopes to seek out other people that that knew him, and just think of this as a fountain of content. So please be wary of that. I would be remiss if I did not warn you of that.
Look, man,
and they will attack you.
I knew all of the risks as soon as I saw you were live. I knew everything as soon as I sent you a photo. So look, I also peruse the darker side of the internet. So I was just looking at my catalog, and his face was in a pedophile board, like a like a thread, um, and yeah, it's not great.
Right. I
It's not
mean,
great.
right. And just, yeah, you jump on one of these channels and they'll take your words and twist them and make you out to be something you're not. And it's just save yourself the hassle, save your family the hassle,
Right.
save your loved ones the hassle, and
Right.
just I would avoid all panels if you can.
You're good, man.
Because I don't open my panel ever, but Cherry verified you. She's one of my she is my right hand moderator here. She verified you, so that's the only reason I let you up on this panel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let anybody up on this panel.
Well, thank you.
And Cherry said she'll send you a list of the channels to avoid.
Okay. Yeah, you were dismantling that lady, whoever was
she's
spewing
the
a lot
worst, man. She's the worst. And I'm telling you, she would have, if the Texas Rangers and the Wise County Police Sheriff's Department did not find her when they did, that woman would have ended up in front of that home where she lived with a bullhorn accusing the stepmother of crazy shit. I bet my lungs on it.
God.
Yeah, she's horrible. I mean, she's good for my channel in the sense that she's just a fountain of content because I just make fun of her, just to discredit her. You know what I mean?
Right.
But at the same time, what she also does is very, very serious in the sense that it interferes with investigations. Also what you want to do is just be very careful. Like if you noticed, I was very careful about the questions that I asked and how I asked them, because I don't want to impede on investigation or be part of, you could be a potential witness moving forward, and you being anonymous here is very important. So please stay anonymous, because I want this girl to get justice if he tries to plead not guilty. Chaotic Artists, Anita Spiro says, hey, come join here. Trust me, I'm new. I almost left YouTube until the famous Claire. Thank you, Chaotic Artist. So
I got you. I'm subscribed right now. You got my bell. Done.
Right
Look at that. Look at that.
And I'm not saying that
to.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that to make you like exclusive or anything like that. I'm saying the less you talk on YouTube, the more chance of Athena getting justice. So I just wanted to put that out there. But I really appreciate you joining me, man. I had a great time hearing some of these stories, because fuck that guy. He sucks. He belongs where he is. He belongs on death fucking row, as far as I'm concerned.
Yo, I really hope that he just goes to prison and gets killed in prison. Like that's my hope. Because
I'm sure he will.
I feel
Texans, even criminal Texans, don't like shit like that. So
and like personally, like I think the death penalty, I mean, it wastes too much of our resources. Look, man, I'm not condoning prison murder. Don't do it. But I think if that did happen, I would have no qualms about it. You know what I mean? I'd be hands off on that situation, hands down, and be like, oh well, turn a blind eye to that.
Oh, my boy Morbid Reality's in the house. He's cool too, man. So if you ever want to talk to somebody, he's a little more rough around the edges than me, if you can believe that. But his heart's definitely in the right place, and he'll protect your anonymity and everything. I vouch for him. He's a good friend.
Well, I'm willing to take any more questions before. It sounds like you're trying to wrap up. So if there's any more questions, please let me know if there's any good ones.
I'm looking at chat, because I can't think of anything offhand at the moment. But
we'll give. I'm not trying to control anything, but like,
no, you're good, man.
If there's in the next 5 minutes, guys, if you can think of anything, I'll try to answer anything I can about this guy. I've got words. We've already talked about his parents. His parents aren't around. He lives with his grandparents.
Yeah, somebody asked earlier too. That's why I didn't answer it. Somebody asked does he move around a lot? And you already answered that he's been in the same place, this
life.
little shed in the back of his grandparents' house for his whole life. Cherry wants to know how tall he is.
He's like 6'2", 6'3".
Wow.
Yeah, he's a tall dude. Man, hefty. Really fat.
I don't get that vibe from him at all, man.
No, he's tall.
Wow.
He's tall.
Wow. I mean, Edmund Kemper was too, but he was also a lot more calculated.
Yeah. Like I said, to me, it's a spur of the moment thing. I think his mind broke. I think he slipped into a state of psychosis and like had enough with life. I think that's really what's happening.
It sounds like it. It sounds like he alienated himself, ironically, through the fear of being alienated. That affected his behavior and made people want to be standoffish, like, dude. And eventually he ran out of people. And at that point, that was it. He was done. And then, because like I said, I wonder if he was more driven by the fame, because he's always wanted fame. You know, he's clearly a guy that thrived for it, that wanted it. He wanted that validation of contributing something massive to the world, these delusions of grandeur, and that he ends up performing this horrible act of violence towards a child, and you know, now he's caught. But the fact that you verified that he ran and gave 2 false locations before he even gave up, kind of contradicts that a little bit. Because normally what happens is somebody does that and then they off themselves when they're, you know, looking for some sort of leaving a mark on the world, that type of shit.
Right. Yeah.
You
I
know?
don't think this was like a message sent or a manifesto or anything like that. I don't
sounds
think
like it was a fantasy he always struggled with.
That's probably it.
And then just decided, fuck it, I got nothing to lose because I got nobody. Yeah.
So someone said in chat about the rape accusations. Like I said, I heard rumors. There was no way I could have verified any of those things at that time. I wish I.
Understand something, people. It's no different than here on YouTube. If somebody comes to me about another creator or somebody in the chat and goes, "Oh, well, this person told me that this person told me that that person did something fucked up," I'm gonna go, I need something better than that for me to even acknowledge it. You know, so and he heard this through 2 other people. Now, regardless, it's understandable that the accuser felt, this Shay person, unfortunately, she probably felt ashamed or didn't want to speak out of fear, maybe. Understandable. But in his case, he's not accountable in any way because he heard it through other people. And when you hear things through other people, it's just like, we don't take information on a case that we cover here, folks, based on hearsay. We verify facts. That's what we do. If those facts are not verifiable, we take it with a grain of salt and we don't spread it around.
Just like you verified my association with Tanner. So that's
right.
That's great.
Right. Yeah. That's that's the conversation I was having while Bullhorn Strangler was on the screen there. The conversation I was having with her texting, I was just like, "Is he verified?" She was like, "Yep," and that's all I needed to know. I mean, she explained how, but that was it. That was enough for me to bring you on here, and I was perfectly confident in her abilities to vet you. So, I appreciate you, man.
Hey, yeah, no problem. I'm just I'm doing my duty, I guess, and reading through chat, seeing if there's anything else that I can ask or answer real quick. Did he use on the job? He used every hour, at least smoking weed. So, I mean, I also smoke on the job, but like don't hate.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a PC repair tech.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, how do you do that sober? Like,
it's tiny parts and it's a hobby, but whatever. Was he overly talkative? Yes, actually, he talked a lot. He wanted to be center of attention, even if like the stuff he was talking about made no sense in the long run. He would start a sentence and not know how to finish it, so on and so forth. Let's see.
Well, I do that.
But I just trying to see if anybody else. What was the dark web thing? I'm not willing to give out any of that information. It's a more tight knit community, so let's not. I'm sorry. No one else can just join in.
You don't have to answer.
If you know how to get in, you know how to get in.
You don't want to, dude.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer anything you don't want to. Anything you're comfortable with is what you answer, and that's it.
Let's see. Sounds like a sociopath. Absolutely. Has he been convicted of anything before? No.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Do you know? Do you have any incidents where he was actually in trouble with the law, even if he wasn't arrested?
Trouble with the law. Basically, speeding tickets, parking tickets.
Okay.
Because it's hard to find a spot for live events. It really is.
How the fuck did he get a job with fucking FedEx with a shitty driving record?
Dude, to be honest, I think they're just lacking in people, and
that's what I said.
They're willing to overlook.
Dude, my buddy works insane hours for that reason. He works for FedEx. He works for a contracting company that is contracted through FedEx. And he works insane hours because, I mean, we're talking 7 days a week, and this is before the holidays, so, I mean,
right. Yeah, it's crazy.
They're lacking people who actually want to work right now. Hold on, I see a super
Does
chat
Tanner
here.
have any other children? No, just that one son. Which, wow, I feel bad for that kid. I mean, like, he got to see his father every now and then, but now, oh man, God. I mean, it's also like good that he's not a role model because you wouldn't want that, but it just sucks for a kid to not have one at all. So.
Yeah.
Did he only date blondes? Why are you asking? No, I'm only answering like real questions. Come on, fuck that.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
did he lie about unnecessary
what they're
things?
trying to
Yes.
do? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was talking over you. You asked,
No,
does he
it's okay.
lie? Does he lie about unnecessary things? Yes. Give me an example of what he would lie about.
Okay, I can't give.
And
like,
did he do this a lot?
It was mostly white lies about like meeting people, seeing things, doing things. I can't give like specific examples because they were all minute and like not
Stuff you blow off
not
immediately.
worth.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like just simple exaggerations. But it got so bad that one time he texted everybody saying, "Hey guys, I'm in the hospital. I got rear-ended." So on and so forth, and no one, like, he cried wolf so many times that we're like, yeah, okay, man, sure. Like, he didn't send a picture with it at all. There was no proof. He just said these things, and like, he could have easily taken a selfie while messaging. So we were just like, whatever. But the one time he's telling the truth, we're not there for him, so
right.
You must have lied so much for us to not care about like a big thing like that,
Yeah, this this is a very, very sad situation, man. And I just hope that this family gets peace quickly. I think that we have more than enough information at this point to where we can just take the attention off this family and just let them mourn in peace, let them make their arrangements, let them move on with their lives at their pace without the outside noise that's going to make this situation worse for them. So we just, I take pride that my community kind of knows this already, because I call out creators that don't seem to understand this and have chats full of people that just don't understand this, and they think they're being heroes and they're not. It's really gross. Like, closure has come. All we need now is just for the prosecution to put together the evidence that law enforcement has provided them with, and so they could present a case if this douchebag decides to plead not guilty for whatever reason.
And before anyone leaves with a pessimistic note, since it doesn't seem like there's really any more questions, someone said they'll never heal. Look, man, you're right.
Yeah.
But they'll get better every day.
Right.
It's just how time works.
But just to be clear, whether or not they'll heal does not justify whether or not people keep talking about them and making it harder for them to heal.
Don't.
So
there's okay. Look, I bet, and I'm not saying this in a negative light. I'm saying this in a positive light. I bet the stepmother is heart-stricken because she had an argument with her child,
right?
And that ended things. That ended everything. You know, someone's going to kick themselves over just having words with somebody, and that leading up to a drastic event or leaving someone vulnerable or anything like that. They're going to have to deal with that for the rest of their lives. You guys will get, if anyone's toxic, you will get 30 seconds of gratification. 1 minute.
That's right.
1.5 minutes. They will have to live with this forever.
This event is going to redefine the entire dynamic of that family. Mm-hmm. And they're going to have to cope with that. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you feel like your gain of personal satisfaction of playing the moral high ground and the vindication and feeling like you're in the right because I would have not ever gotten in an argument with my stepchild at all.
Bullshit.
Look, man. Look, I'm glad you live in a fantasy world, but we live in reality. Your gratification is not worth their suffering. So just let it be. Okay?
Right.
Just let it be.
Well, Claws of Cannabis, I really appreciate you joining and answering questions. This was very informative, and it was very generous of you to join me and answer all these questions. It was great. So I really appreciate it, man. And I wish you the best. I wish, are you still playing music?
Yes, I'm a multi-instrumentalist. We don't have a project yet. Me and some boys are just playing music right now. We're trying to get a feel for each other.
That's the best stuff comes out of that right there. As long as you're not trying to do something, you're just fucking around, that shit comes together. I promise. It does.
There's I think Cherry asked if I had anything final to say before I left. The last thing I really want to get across is if anything, you should take more deeper looks into the behavior of the people you know. Just a bigger scrutinizing look. And if you offer them help, you're not going to get in with them. But it's just best to know when you think someone is crossing that line. It's okay to call for a wellness check, guys. It is. If you have to call for a wellness check, even if they're in their 20s and they're able-bodied and you think they're going to hate you for the rest of your life, call it.
Agreed to a certain degree. I mean, unfortunately here on YouTube, people call wellness checks over nothing, just to harass people. And I know that's not what you're talking about, but even though these people justify in their mind doing so, and so just, you know, there
Yeah,
are
it's not
basic
it's not a tool
signs
for
if somebody outright comes off like they're threatening suicide, or they're talking about hurting someone or themselves, then yes, don't be afraid to call a wellness check. Absolutely.
it's not a tool for retribution. It's a tool for help and healing.
Right.
It really is. So
Right.
we have institutionalized stays for a reason. There, you may feel like you're infringing on someone's freedom, but they may infringe on someone's life.
Right.
So,
right.
Teach your kids not to accept packages. That's not what happened. Don't think like that's what happened. Don't start with this. Don't start with like
yeah.
It's not the kid's fault. It is never. Whose fault is it whenever someone kicks in your door? The door for not being strong enough, or the person kicking in the door?
Right.
So,
or the person who ordered a package. Like, teach your kids not to accept packages from any mail or package carrier, or accept anything from any stranger. No, not necessarily. I mean, I guess what they're saying, I understand the statement though. They're saying, you know, make sure that an adult does that. Like a child shouldn't be opening the door and signing for something.
True.
But at the same time, this is a fluke. You think there's a bunch of FedEx drivers out there kidnapping kids? And no, you know what I mean? Like,
it's a secret cabal of FedEx drivers. It's a ring, man. We get they're the worst rated fucking delivery package service in the world, and I have to use them for my job. So look, it's obviously FedEx's fault. Duh.
Yeah,
No.
it's ridiculous. You know, it's these people, these predators have jobs of all kinds. You just never know. You got locksmiths, you got teachers, you got cops, you just never know. People, like, chances are a predator has a job, and it is in some way, shape, or form in the service industry, where a service that you might actually need. So to start, all of a sudden, this turns into a fear of FedEx or UPS or anything like that is just asinine and ridiculous. Like, it's
danger is equal and everywhere. You should not alter your life in fear, because that means the people who are wanting you to live in fear, like Tanner, they win.
Right. Exactly.
Do not let them win. Do not let them control your lives. Be cautious, be wary, sure. Don't let them like alter your lifestyle. If it's like every day that you go out with your kid and you watch him take the package because it lets him have like a purpose and he learns how to contribute to a household, whatever. Do that. You know, keep doing that. Don't think that, okay, well, that automatically this next guy is going to snatch my kid up. It's not going to work like that. Don't live in fear. It's not worth it. If this incident changes your life to be more fearful and not more protective, because there's a difference. You can live without fear but still be very protective. All right? So don't let the fear and paranoia get to you. Just let your awareness, your situational awareness, your capacity to have that perception around you at all times. Be wise. Be smart in what you're doing. You know, like that.
Somebody just said it's the Glare and Glarer 2 show. What they mean by that is you're saying things that I pretty much say all the time on here. So I appreciate that. And yeah, you know, these predators, they hide in the shadows, man. They count on your fear. They count on your discomfort of talking about these things too. So, you know, just don't give them that power. Just don't give them that power, period. And just educate yourself and be safe. And, you know, all you got to do is just be safe and have safe habits, and you should be fine. Just be very careful. That's all. But hey, thanks a lot, man. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. But I really appreciate all the questions answered and all the insight. You really helped us get a really good feel for what kind of guy this piece of shit is, and I'm grateful to you, and I know my chat is too. So thanks a lot, man.
Hey, no problem. Before I leave, I don't want to make this any about me, but can I plug?
Sure,
You don't
why
mind?
not?
Yeah, I have a Twitch. It's Smoky McBongwater with a 0 in the bong. Okay, all one word. Come check me out if you want to talk more about Tanner, or if you just wanted to see me headshot some noobs. That's all I'm good for. All right.
All right, right on, man. Thanks, man.
All right, peace out, guys.
See you later. All right, guys. Once again, thanks to Claus of Claws of Cannabis. Really appreciate him joining, and thank you guys. I appreciate all of your support. Please hit the like on your way out if you haven't already, and please subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks to you guys. Yesterday I hit 17K, man. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's crazy. It's hard to even visualize. I'm so grateful. So thank you guys for that. It means so much to me. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up. I love you very much, as always, will always, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.